Chapter 1. The alarm clock jolted Brad Andrews out of sleep. The high-pitched sound echoed in his head as his eyes focused on the purple bedroom walls. As he sat up in bed and stared at the empty room, reality hit. This was not his smartly decorated three-bedroom center hall colonial in Nanuet, New York. He was now living in a rented room on Twin Avenue in Spring Valley, New York. This, he understood, was due to his own stupidity. Edible silverware. What a stupid fucking idea. I lost everything. In an attempt to stall the inevitable, Andrews took out a second mortgage on the home that his parents had left him, but he ultimately destroyed his credit. In the end, he lost his home as well as his savings. Andrews sat on the edge of his bed and looked around. This sucks, he thought. Look at this shit. In a couple of days, I'm getting transferred to the George Washington Bridge, he thought in an attempt to look at something positive. Only 2 months till Christmas. How depressing. No wonder the suicide rate goes up during the holidays. I bet the poor bastard that lived here killed himself, Andrews thought as he continued to look around. The rusted bed spring strained to hold Andrews' weight as he lifted his small 5'5", 120-pound frame out of bed. As he walked to the bathroom, his bare feet stuck to the beer-stained wood floor like flypaper. He switched the light on, just in time to see 3 cockroaches run for cover under the sink vanity. The dark brown painted walls made the bathroom look even smaller than it was. The words, "She's a bitch," were artfully drawn in black magic marker, over and over again on the brown walls from the previous tenant. The 1-inch black and white ceramic floor tile was filthy and cracked. Feces were visible on the bottom side of the gray-colored toilet seat. Andrew's hand pushed the plastic shower curtain to the side and reached for the hot water handle. The shower head made a banging noise before dispensing brown water into the small discolored fiberglass shower basin. The shower base seemed to be permanently stained from the constant flow of rusty water. Steam began to rise from beneath the plastic shower curtain as Andrews stepped in. He almost slipped on the slimy basin, but was able to grab the moldy plastic shower curtain to avoid a fall. The taste of sour, rusty shower water entered his partially open mouth as he stood and stared at the slimy tile wall. He reached for the used bar of white soap in the holder and gagged after finding someone else's black hair wrapped around it. He exited the shower in disgust and dried himself off with his dirty t-shirt. In the corner of his room was a black plastic garbage bag filled with clean clothes. He grabbed boxers, white cotton sports socks, and a pair of washed-out jeans, along with his favorite navy blue Port Authority police t-shirt. He sat on the edge of the bed and got dressed. Every move caused the bed springs to pop and squeal. Andrews was disgusted. He missed the organization and familiarization of his house in Nanuet, but he knew that was gone. Andrews was not obsessive-compulsive, but he certainly had similar qualities. As he laced up his white Nike sneakers, he recalled brighter moments in his life, such as his graduation from the Port Authority Police Academy, and his first love, Nancy Carey. Andrews dated Nancy all through high school. After high school graduation, Andrews worked menial jobs and attended John Jay College of Criminal Justice. The desire to be a police officer and marry Nancy was his goal. His plans were altered after Nancy decided to attend college in Buffalo, New York. By the end of Nancy's first year, she became seriously involved with Mark Wendell, who also attended Buffalo. Mark was tall, handsome, and came from a rich family. Andrews was short, average-looking, and his father was an alcoholic. To Nancy, the choice was clear. She had married Mark within a year of their college graduation. Andrews was devastated about losing Nancy, and had never seemed to recover. He just felt incomplete, like something had been ripped from his soul. After losing Nancy, Andrews' primary focus was now on becoming a police officer. He continued to think about Nancy and dream about what could have been, but he needed to focus on accomplishing part of his dream, something that he had control over. Since childhood, Andrews wanted to be a police officer. In the spring of 1985, Andrews received his first assignment, the Port Authority bus terminal located on 42nd Street and 8th Avenue in Manhattan. He was 25 years old, with a heartbeat like a thoroughbred racehorse. He recalled an incident that occurred on his first day on the job, which ultimately set the tone for the remainder of his career. His navy blue uniform was crisp and new. The afternoon sun reflected its light off Andrew's shield, which sat proudly on his chest. He was on foot patrol on 9th Avenue and 42nd Street when he was approached by a frantic old woman.
"Officer, come quick! Inside the bus terminal!"
the woman yelled. She led the way with her pointed, outstretched finger. "What's the problem?" Andrews asked, as he chased her around the revolving doors and up the 9th Avenue escalator into the dimly lit bus station.
"It's coming from the baggage locker,"
she said. Her eyes were wide and her finger pointed to the top baggage locker, which was slightly over Andrew's head. There were about 30 lockers or so positioned against the wall. Each one was approximately 18 inches wide and 24 inches tall, and were deceptively deep. They were stacked 3 high and were in poor condition. Some had dents, others stained. Maintenance had painted them battleship gray to make them somewhat uniform. The lockers were designed to accommodate suitcases and other types of bags. Just put 25 cents in, turn the key, and the locker is yours for the day. As Andrews got closer to the locker, he heard it too.
"Let me out of here!"
A muffled voice pleaded from inside the locker. Andrews froze in his tracks, with his eyes transfixed on the locker door.
"There it goes again! Did you hear it?"
the old woman asked. This must be a prank, Andrews thought to himself. No one could physically fit in there. He stepped closer and reached for the locker door, pulling it open slowly. As the light slowly spread inside, he saw what appeared to be a man's head. Within a millisecond of his discovery, the head opened its eyes and squinted, as they adjusted to the sudden change of light. He watched in amazement as the mouth began to move. "Are you going to get me out of here? Just stare at me all day," the head said with an angry voice. While still in shock, Andrews reached up into the open locker and placed a hand on either side of the head. Where the shoulders should be, he grabbed a handful of material from the man's shirt and pulled. As Andrews pulled, he saw that the head was attached to a limbless torso. The man's shirt had been altered, leaving his badly calloused stumps exposed from underneath his 6-inch sleeves. The stumps protruded from his shirt just above where his shoulders were supposed to be. Andrews tried to balance the torso as it teeter-tottered back and forth in the doorframe of the locker. Andrews repositioned himself as if he was ready to perform a military press. He then pulled the man clear of the locker. "Oh, take it easy," the man said in a panic. Andrews started to backpedal as the unexpected weight of the torso was too much for him to handle. To avoid dropping the man, Andrews quickly put him in a bear hug, wrapping both arms around the man's torso. The man's face and Andrews were now only inches apart. Andrews continued to backpedal as the man started flailing his stubs in a desperate attempt to help Andrews keep his balance. The man shouted in Andrews' face, "Whoa, watch out! Watch out!" Andrews blinked wildly as spit flew from the man's mouth into Andrews' eyes. Andrews' right leg hit a big steel trash can, causing him to fall backward onto the hard terrazzo floor, with the man's limbless torso landing on top of him. Good catch, jackass! What are you trying to do, kill me?" the man said. Andrews looked around in time to see at least 20 spectators, now laughing and pointing at the two still embracing each other on the floor. After the roar of the crowd subsided, the man said, "It's in the trash can." "What's in the trash can?" Andrews asked. "My skateboard, you ass! The little neighborhood bastards put it in there before jamming me in the fucking baggage locker," the man explained. Overhearing the conversation, a woman from the crowd reached into the pail and retrieved the old splintered skateboard, placing it down alongside him. The woman had tears in her eyes as the man hoisted himself onto the skateboard by using his stubs. "Are you all right?" the woman asked with sincere empathy. "Fuck you too, lady!" the man said as he propelled himself down the corridor, belting out a robust "Yahoo!" as he picked up speed. Chapter 2. Andrew spent the next 9 years of his career walking those hard terrazzo floors of the bus station. In time, that detail wore on his back and knees. Besides, Andrews didn't like the bus terminal element. The building smelled of urine and vomit. Homeless men and women were found in small corners, sleeping in their own feces and also smelling like cheap wine. Occasional blood-curdling screams were heard throughout the building, courtesy of the wandering mental patients recently off their meds. Andrews was the spit and polish type, and always felt dirty and unkempt there. His fellow officers always played pranks on him. At 5'5" and 120 pounds, it was hard for Officer Andrews to gain respect. Even the drunks challenged him. It was not unusual to see a homeless man rise to his feet and assume a boxing stance in defiance of Officer Andrews' request for him to move on. By the second request, the homeless man would just plop back down and gesture Andrews away by flicking his wrist in an act of dismissal, as if he was being annoyed by a fly. Some of the pranks played on Andrews consisted of his mailbox being switched from the bottom slot to the top, where he physically couldn't reach it. A step stool was left for him to create maximum embarrassment. When Andrews used the police cruiser for transport, officers would attach blocks to the pedals and lock the seat as far back as possible. Sometimes, a child's police costume would be left for him, hanging from his locker door. The harassment was never-ending, but God help you if you ratted someone out. If you were labeled a rat, you were done. That label would follow you your entire career, no matter where you transferred to. A rat was someone who complained about another officer to a superior. Even the supervisor might stop you and ask if you were sure you wanted to make this complaint official, in fear that the complaining officer's career would be done. Chapter 3. I must go to the post office today to change my mailing address. I don't want the bill collectors to send the collection notices to the wrong place, he said to himself with a chuckle. Andrew stood up and surveyed the room. This was only temporary, he tried to convince himself, as his stomach started to turn. Upon leaving the apartment, he reached for the doorknob to lock it. Although the apartment was small, his landlord, Mr. Markovitz, allowed him to use the detached 2-car garage in the backyard. Mr. Markovitz was a 70-year-old retired antique dealer from the community, and he occupied the majority of the 2-family home on Twin Avenue. Markovitz was legally blind, but he could see shadows. He was visibly overweight and in bad health. He looks as if he just gave up on life. The entire home was cluttered with antiques, old busted furniture, and other remnants of his past. The only part of the home that was not filled with junk was Andrew's 1-room apartment. The detached 2-car garage was filled with old tools and woodworking equipment, which could no longer be used by Mr. Markovitz due to his failing eyesight. Andrews also used the garage to store some of the tools he removed from his Nanuet home prior to his eviction. The 2-family home on Twin Avenue in Spring Valley was in disrepair and gave the impression that demolition was only days away. The property was overrun by weeds and tall grass. The paved driveway, leading from the street to the rear of the property, was cracked due to the weeds forcing their way skyward. The house was located in a poor community, which was shared between Hasidic Jews and minorities. Andrews walked a block and a half towards the shopping center on Maple Avenue, looking for something to eat, and saw a row of stores, all of which were empty except for a laundromat, a bodega, and a kosher pizzeria. I guess I'll try the kosher pizza, he thought. It was the last open store in the row of abandoned businesses. He entered the pizzeria and walked past the tables to the counter at the rear of the store. He looked at the different types of pizza already made, sitting in silver trays behind the glass partition. He was in the mood for pepperoni pizza, but didn't see any. The Jewish man behind the counter was wearing a black yarmulke and tzitzis over a white shirt. "Do you know what you want?" he asked Andrews in a Yiddish-sounding voice. "How much longer for the pepperoni pizza?" Andrews asked. The Jewish man just stared. "What do you want?" he asked. "Pepperoni," Andrews replied. "This is kosher pizza! No meat! No meat!" The Jewish man snapped in disgust. Andrews wasn't familiar with the Jewish traditions concerning the dietary taboo of eating meat and dairy in the same meal. "Thanks, just plain'll do," Andrews said in an apologetic voice. Andrews took the plain slice and sat down at one of the old wooden tables. He bit into the pizza. This is not bad. He looked around and saw a picture of a rabbi and other religious artifacts on the wall that he knew nothing about. Sitting at another table was a woman wearing a full-length black jacket and a multicolored scarf, which wrapped around her head secured by a silver brooch. At her side, she had a double-wide stroller with 2 sleeping children inside. "Do you know where there might be another local shopping center within walking distance?" Andrews asked the woman. She looked at him with cautious eyes and responded without making eye contact. "No, I don't." She then quickly turned around to discourage any further conversation with him. Andrews called out to the Jewish man behind the counter. "Could you throw another one in for me?" The Jewish man nodded Andrews' request. Andrews walked back to the house on Twin Avenue. He passed several men, all wearing long black jackets, black pants, and tall furry black hats. They must be going to the Raccoon Lodge, he thought, trying to make himself laugh. He soon arrived at his apartment house. "What a shithole," he said to himself as he stared at the front of the building. The neighboring homes were just as bad, but that didn't make Andrews feel any better. What a wasted day off, he thought. Oh shit, I have to get to the post office, he suddenly remembered, so he walked to his car. Andrews had been waiting 9 years for his transfer to the George Washington Bridge, and it couldn't have come at a better time. He certainly needed a positive change in his life to put him back on track. Hopefully this was it. It was the first day of his new position. Andrews left his apartment early to make sure he had plenty of time. He walked around to the side of the house, where he parked his car. The American flag that Andrews had recently attached to the antenna of his 1979 gray 4-door Ford Granada was whipping in the brisk wind. He reached in his pocket and removed his lucky keychain, which he bought from a Port Authority bus terminal newsstand his first year on the job. It was a round yellow metal disc with the words "Rabbit's Foot" printed on both sides. He selected the old silver Ford key from the ring of 3 keys and placed it in the door lock and turned. The button popped up, and Andrews entered the driver's side door. The cold vinyl seat made a cracking noise as Andrews sat down. The strong smell of evergreen from the car's interior made him dizzy and nauseous. It reminded him not to pull all the plastic off the air freshener at once. This shit's giving me a fucking headache, he said, as he reached up and yanked it down from the rearview mirror. The thin elastic string snapped on Andrews' hand. Piece of shit! Andrews yelled, as he opened the driver's door and tossed the air freshener to the curb in disgust. Andrews put the key in the ignition and turned it. The Granada's engine started right up. Andrews played with the radio for a moment before signaling his turn, then pulling out of the driveway into the street. He opened the driver's side window for a moment to clear the strong evergreen smell from the car, until the cold wind ripped through his lungs as he accelerated onto the Palisades Parkway. Whew, damn, it's cold out, he said before closing his window. The George Washington Bridge Command was located at 220 Bridge Plaza South on Lemoyne Avenue in Fort Lee, New Jersey. It took only 30 minutes for Andrews to reach the employee parking lot. He sat for a while and looked around. The parking area had hundreds of spots. A small section in the back of the lot was separated by a chain-link fence that was locked for vehicle impounds. Another section of the lot had an island with gas pumps and an entrance to the vehicle repair shops. Within a few moments, other vehicles were pulling up. Andrews watched as guys started exiting their cars and walking into the building's rear entrance. Andrews followed. Andrews' first day of on-the-job training, OJT, went well. He felt confident that his decision to transfer was the right move. After 3 days of training, Andrews was assigned to a sector car and patrolled from the local streets in Fort Lee, New Jersey, to the Cross Bronx Expressway in New York. While in his police cruiser, he felt neat and clean, far away from the smells and craziness of the bus terminal. After dealing with the intoxicated and homeless of Midtown, the middle class of Fort Lee, New Jersey should be a breeze. After a few weeks at the bridge, Officer Andrews started to feel at home. Either the guys of the squad didn't care that he was only 5'5" and 120 pounds, or they were just too self-absorbed. The bridge was generally looked upon as a pre-retirement command. The officers were older and not looking for the excitement factor. Unlike the bus terminal, where officers patrolled together, Andrews now patrolled in his car, alone. He was content at the George Washington Bridge. It was an easy commute from his apartment in Spring Valley, just 30 minutes south on the Palisades Parkway. Instead of having to fight with the homeless, Officer Andrews' new focus was on accident reports, investigations, and traffic infractions. One morning in the spring of 1995, Andrews was assigned to work Sunday, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., which followed a Saturday night driving while intoxicated detail. Sergeant Nunez screamed out, "Roll call!" And about 12 officers strolled into the briefing room and lined up facing the sergeant. Nunez was a 10-year veteran who was promoted to sergeant his 7th year on the job. He stood 6 feet tall and weighed a trim 175 pounds. His short jet black hair was motionless due to gobs of hair gel, and his thick handlebar mustache was curled at the ends. His promotion was not because he was a great cop or that he saved a life. It was because he befriended Captain Torres while assigned to Kennedy Airport. It was not uncommon to see Officer Nunez bringing Captain Torres a covered dish. Torres loved Spanish food, which Nunez's wife made on a regular basis. Although Torres grew up on Spanish cuisine, it all came to an end when he married his wife Kathy, an Irish Catholic girl from Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Officer Nunez also did Captain Torres other favors which kept him out of harm's way. Officer Nunez wanted time off on Christmas? Approved. Officer Nunez wanted prime vacation? Approved. So, after 7 years of being Captain Torres' bitch, Officer Nunez was promoted to sergeant. No one was surprised when Nunez was promoted to sergeant, but everyone agreed that Nunez's wife was probably better qualified. Sergeant Nunez was transferred to the George Washington Bridge, where he is now leader of men. What bullshit, Andrews thought. Sergeant Nunez began to read off everyone's name and daily assignment. Officer Andrews and Officer Donette. Prisoner transport, Nunez announced. Andrews looked down the line and saw Officer Donette writing in his memo book. Donette was about 5'9" and 235 pounds, with dark brown eyes, a chubby face, and a pencil-thin black mustache. Donette's hat was a size too small, which made his beefy head look even bigger. He used his protruding stomach to rest his memo book on as he wrote his notes. His belt buckle disappeared under the wave of flab covered by his tight navy blue uniform shirt. The tension placed on his shirt buttons made them potential lethal weapons if one should break loose. His shoes were dirty and untied, and his ankles looked as if they grew around his shoes. Officer Andrews was slightly repulsed at the thought of Donette riding in his clean, well-organized sector car. Sergeant Nunez screamed, Andrews, you take vehicle 5115 with Donette. Andrews looked over at Donette, who just nodded his head in Andrews' direction, then diverted his attention back to his memo book while picking the underwear out of his backside. This sucks, Andrews said to himself. Why do I have to be stuck with Officer Donut? It didn't take long for Sergeant Nunez to complain about last night's driving while intoxicated detail. The bastards couldn't make bail, so my Sunday morning gets fucked, Nunez complained, for everyone to hear. That's right, no Sunday morning funny papers for you, shithead. Maybe you could serve them your wife's Spanish food, Andrews thought to himself as he walked out past Nunez. Andrews had seen Donette before, but they never spoke. They were certainly an odd couple. Donette is big, fat, and sloppy, while Andrews is short, thin, and meticulous. After roll call, Andrews grabbed his briefcase and hurried to the garage without waiting for Donette. He wanted to prepare his car without being ostracized. There she is, vehicle number 5115, the pride of the fleet, Andrews said to himself. As Andrews opened the driver's door, his eyes began to span the interior for imperfections. He sat in the driver's seat and commenced the crucial adjusting of the seat angle. This was the most important part of the preparation ritual. After the seat angle had been perfectly adjusted, then he was permitted to move forward to the steering wheel adjustment. The steering wheel adjustment was based on a slightly bent elbows position, grasping the wheel at 10 and 2 o'clock. Perfect. Andrews said to himself as he re-grasped the wheel twice to be sure. I need to configure the perfect temperature settings to accommodate wearing a long-sleeve shirt over a point-blank bulletproof vest, he mumbled to himself. Just as Andrews finished his final adjustment to complete the ritual, he observed Officer Donette turning the corner and entering the garage. Andrews watched as Donette lumbered closer to the car, carrying an old brown briefcase secured by duct tape. Donette got to the car and reached for the passenger door handle and pulled. His meaty fingers lost their grip on the locked chrome handle, sending him backward off balance. He avoided crashing to the ground by bouncing off the steel garage door frame, but lost his grip on his battered briefcase, sending it flying. They both watched as the briefcase did 2 flips in the air before hitting the ground with a thud. Donette smiled. You can't beat good duct tape, he said. He reached down and grabbed the old case off the garage floor by the handle, before rubbing his right knee and limping back to the car. Andrews hit the automatic door button, unlocking the passenger side door, as he smiled sheepishly at Donette through the closed window. Donette slowly reached for the handle and opened the door as if he was performing a surgical procedure. As the door opened, the handle to Donette's briefcase snapped, causing the briefcase to fall to the ground. This time, the duct tape failed, and an array of documents spilled out. As the last document slipped out of the briefcase, they both looked up, making eye contact, and laughed. Andrews exited the cruiser and walked around to the passenger side door. He saw Donette holding onto the handle of the briefcase as he looked down at his papers on the garage floor. Need some help? Andrews said. Thanks, Donette replied. Andrews gathered together a few laminated documents that got jarred loose from an old wooden clipboard labeled traffic violations. What's this? Andrews asked Donette, pointing to the documents. They're my cheat sheets, Donette said sheepishly. What do you mean, cheat sheets? Andrews asked. A few years ago, I got really involved with issuing traffic violations, but it became a pain in the ass to look up the violation sections in the book. The book has hundreds of violations, most of which I'll never use. Finding the right one in the book took way too long, so I made a cheat sheet of the commonly used ones. It saves a lot of time and trouble, Donette said. Smart, Andrews replied. Maybe we could do a few traffic stops on the way back from the prisoner transport, Andrews asked. Sure, I could use some traffic court time this month, Donette replied. Andrews and Donette walked to the prisoner holding cells. The cell area floor was designed with 12-inch white vinyl floor tiles that reflected light like a mirror. This, of course, was due to the excessive nightly floor waxing. The concrete floor within the cell area was a dirty, flat gray, resembling a dog kennel. The walls consisted of 6-inch off-white block tiles. The vertical steel cell bars were a harsh charcoal gray. The room looked and smelled very sterile, inspiring a vision of a hospital. The fluorescent lighting was overpowering and produced a hypnotic humming sound. Andrews first checked the prisoner log to confirm everything was up to date. It looks like the midnight tour kept the log up. They were checked every 15 minutes, Andrews confirmed. 0100 hours, condition of prisoner sleeping. 0115 hours, sleeping. 0130 hours, sleeping. What are we running here, a fucking hotel? Andrews said to Donette. Oh shit, I forgot something, Donette replied. What did you forget? Andrews asked Donette in a lackadaisical voice. I forgot to bring the breakfast menus for them, Donette laughed, as he swiveled his fat face in Andrews' direction. Funny. Very funny, Andrews replied. This is your 7 o'clock wake-up call! Andrews screamed into the holding cells. Slowly the prisoners stretched and opened their eyes. What a sight. Matted hair, red bloodshot eyes, drool, vomit, and urine-stained pants. This is some cast of characters, Andrews said to Donette. I love starting my day like this, don't you? Andrews asked. Donette responded by slowly nodding his head in the affirmative. Andrews removed the first of 3 prisoners from the cell and rear-cuffed him for transport. Who's first? Donette asked Andrews. Timothy McGrath, Andrews replied, to which Donette reached into the personal property locker and removed a sealed plastic bag containing a gold watch, a thin black wallet, a blue and gray striped tie, a black belt, and a Chevy keychain with 6 keys on it. McGrath was a 25-year-old white male from Upper Saddle River, New Jersey. He wore a classic white button-down shirt, black loafers, and a gray suit which had a urine stain around the crotch. McGrath loudly voiced his disgust. "This is a setup! Why was I stopped? This is bullshit!" "Keep your mouth shut or I'll leave you in there," Andrews responded. "This is bullshit!" McGrath stated again under his breath. "Okay, who's bachelor number 2? Donut shouted like a game show host. "We have Jerome Banks from Jersey City, New Jersey," Andrews replied. "Step out, Mr. Banks," Andrews said. Banks was a black man in his 60s, wearing an old pair of Wrangler jeans, which were stained with white and blue paint. His gray Nike t-shirt and black Converse sneakers also had matching paint stains. "This is Banks' personal property." Donette tossed another sealed plastic bag to Andrews. The bag contained some change and a pair of white shoelaces. Last but not least was Mr. Thompson. Thompson was a 20-year-old white male from Middletown, New York. He wore faded, no-name jeans and a blue New York Giants t-shirt. "Come on, Thompson, step out," Andrews said. Thompson was standing in the corner of the cell. He was motionless and stared through Andrews as if he wasn't there. Andrews shouted, "Let's go, Thompson! Step out!" Thompson continued to stare, and he remained very still, standing in the 6-foot by 8-foot concrete cell. "Shit, Andrews. We gotta go in and get him out," Donette said. Thompson remained motionless, even after Andrews closed the large steel cell door. The middle clasp hooked over the latch, making a banging sound as the door locked. Andrews locked McGrath and Banks in the neighboring cell. He then removed his Smith & Wesson .38 caliber handgun from its holster and secured it in the gun locker on the wall. Donette removed his brown Coca-Cola nightstick from its holder and stood ready at the door. "Are you ready, Andrews?" Donette asked, as he wrapped his meaty hand around the Coca-Cola's leather twine. Andrews looked at Thompson's transfixed eyes. Thompson's stare was very familiar to Andrews. It's a crapshoot, Andrews thought. Either Thompson is going to flip out, or he will just remain steady. I wonder which one I'm going to get. Just as Andrews reached for the large cell door handle, Thompson came to life. He jumped up onto the 5-foot-long wooden cell bench, which is 16 inches off the ground and bolted to the wall. Thompson stood there wide-eyed. "God who takes all, take me! Take me!" Thompson rambled. Donette was ready with the nightstick as McGrath started yelling from inside the neighboring cell. "What the hell is going on?" Thompson clasped his hands behind his back and leaned forward on the bench. "Come on, get that freak out so we can go!" McGrath screamed. "Shut the fuck up!" Andrew shouted to McGrath. As Andrew stepped into the cell, Thompson fell forward, head first off the bench, onto the solid concrete floor. There was a loud bonk. The crown of Thompson's head made contact with the concrete floor. His body went limp into a twisted heap. "What the fuck was that?" McGrath shouted. "What the fuck happened?" Andrew stood motionless in the cell doorway for a second to digest what had just happened. Then he went in and checked Thompson's carotid pulse. Thompson's eyes were wide open, and his head flopped back and forth as Andrews tried to get a pulse from his neck. Thompson's fingers twitched slightly for a moment, and then went still. "Oh, fuck. Is he really dead?" Donette asked. "Yep. It looks like he's dead," Andrews answered. "God in heaven, have mercy on his soul," Banks said, just above a whisper. It wasn't long before the parade of bosses, EMTs, medical examiners, and Bergen County prosecutors arrived at the Port Authority police station with Sergeant Nunez right in the middle of the shit pie. I felt a little bad for Nunez at first, Andrews thought. But he quickly came to his senses when Nunez began barking at a rookie for sitting on the toilet too long. After preparing incident reports about Thompson's swan dive suicide, Sergeant Nunez ordered Andrews and Donette to patrol together for the remainder of the tour. They returned to vehicle 5115, set their briefcases in the back seat, and left the garage with Andrews at the wheel. "At least we got out of doing the prisoner transport," Donette said. "Yep. Nunez had the two rookies do it," Andrews replied. "One of the rookies had to shit so bad I heard he hit 100 miles per hour on the return trip to avoid shitting his pants." Donette laughed. "I've been there before," he said. "Maybe the rookie ate some of Nunez's wife's Spanish food," Andrews chimed in. Donette continued to laugh and began making snorting sounds until snot came out of his nose. Hey, don't get any of that shit on my dashboard," Andrews said in a serious tone. Okay, Donette said as he tried to catch his breath in between snorts. Andrews began driving through the local streets of Fort Lee, New Jersey. "Do you have any good spots?" Andrews asked Donette. "I like the KFC on Lemoyne Avenue," Donette replied with a smile. "For traffic violations." "Violations," Andrews repeated. Andrews stared at Donette. He couldn't tell if Donette was fucking with him, or was he really that simple-minded. "Oh, yeah, traffic violations," Donette replied. "Let's go to the main toll plaza. You'll catch guys doing U-turns to avoid the traffic," Donette said. Andrews drove to the main toll plaza where they both sat quietly in the car and stared at the traffic. Andrews glimpsed over at Donette, who was motionless. His eyes squinted, and his head was tucked low, like a big cat in the jungle waiting to pounce on an unsuspecting meal. It didn't take long before Donette shouted. "There he is!" Donette popped up in the seat like he was shot from a cannon. "The Blue Mustang, New York registration, Alpha Charlie Hotel 1637, Donette said. "Get in behind him," Donette instructed Andrews. "Don't lose him at the turn," Donette said, with urgency in his voice. I got him, Andrews calmly replied. They pulled up behind the Blue Mustang, with their 360s activated. Donette approached the passenger side door window, as Andrews approached the driver's side. "License, registration, and insurance, please," Andrews said. The driver was an Oriental male in his mid-20s. Without a word, the male produced the documents that Andrews had requested, and sat patiently with his hands on the steering wheel. "The reason you were stopped today, sir, was because you had made an illegal U-turn in front of the posted no U-turn sign," Andrews said. "Officer, I have a great respect for law enforcement. I humbly apologize for my actions," the driver replied in a soft tone. Andrews handed the paperwork back to the driver. "Please obey the signs in the future," Andrews stated. "Thank you, sir. Thank you," the man said with a smile. Andrews walked back to the squad car with Donette matching his every stride on the far side. Andrews felt Donette staring at him in disgust, but would not look in Donette's direction. They both entered the car and closed their doors in unison. Donette awkwardly swiveled his body around in the passenger seat and stared at Andrews without saying a word. Andrews turned to face Donette. His head was angled downward, and his eyes looked up, as if he was ready to be scolded by his father. "What happened?" Donette said disappointedly. "I just couldn't do it," Andrews replied. "Why?" Donette asked, with confusion in his voice. "I don't know. I'm not sure," Andrews replied. Andrews put the car in drive in an attempt to cut the conversation short. Donette repositioned himself in the passenger seat and looked forward, letting out a faint sigh. "Why don't we just stop for lunch?" Donette suggested. "We'll start fresh after lunch. What do you think?" Andrews nodded in the affirmative. "What about the KFC?" Donette asked. "Sounds good," Andrews answered. Andrews pulled up in front of the KFC and backed the car in just in case they had to leave in a hurry. Just as Andrews put the car in park, Donette bolted from his seat towards the bright red doorway. "Look at that fat bastard move. Just offer him a chicken wing and he becomes a fucking track star," Andrews thought. Donette was already placing his order before Andrews reached the doors. Donette smiled like a kid at an amusement park as a young girl behind the counter hunted for the biggest pieces of chicken in the warming tray. Donette began to lick his lips as the counter girl jammed the big pieces into the red and white box. "Could I please have some extra gravy and biscuits?" Donette asked the girl as he flashed a boyish smile. "No problem, officer," the counter girl replied with a coy smile. They both walked to an open table in the back near the window, carrying their KFC boxes on red trays with drinks. "Now that's how you work the system," Donette said with a smile after getting a free biscuit. Donette ripped open the red and white KFC box and paused for a moment to cherish the magnificent sight of 3 golden fried chicken breasts. He selected the first piece and methodically dissected the meat from the bones without a pause. Andrews removed the special order, no butter, corn on the cob from his KFC box, which he ate with precision, and washed it down with a sip of Diet Sprite. "Oh, Andrews, you want to go back out after lunch and try again?" Donette asked, as he pulled another piece of chicken out of the box. "Nah, that's all right. Maybe next time," Andrews replied. "Just do what you want. Don't worry about me," Andrews said. "Okay, if that's the way you want it," Donette replied. Donette swallowed his last piece of chicken and sat back in the small plastic chair. His face became distorted as he tried to force out a much-needed belch. He positioned his hands around his bloated stomach and smiled as some gas escaped from the seat of his pants. Within seconds, Andrew's face winced as if he got a blast of mace. "Oh, what did you do?" Andrews said as he covered his nose with the palm of his hand. Donette just smiled as he desperately tried to release another one for good measure. "Oh, you're disgusting," Andrews said as he got up and walked towards the doors. They both worked the remainder of their shift riding together. They talked as they drove around the streets of Fort Lee. Donette went into great detail about the local eateries and advised Andrews which ones were good. Being good didn't have anything to do with the quality of their food. This was strictly about money. Some were good, and others were good, meaning half price or free. They returned to the command and signed out at the end of the shift. "See you tomorrow," Andrews said to Donette. "You bet," replied. Chapter 4. After a week had passed, Donette and Andrews were working on their new friendship. Occasionally, when it was quiet, they would pull their cars together on the side of the road and talk through the open windows. They generally shared small talk to pass the time, but on occasion, they talked about their private lives. "Are you married?" Andrews asked. "I was, until she left me," Donette replied. "I was married for almost 10 years. Then, one day, out of the blue, she said she wants a divorce. Then I found out that she had a boyfriend," Donette said as his face turned red and puffy. "I gave that bitch everything." He looked down as if he was embarrassed. "Any kids?" Andrews asked. "No, thank God," Donette replied as he lifted his head up to meet Andrews' glance. "I couldn't deal with her on a regular basis," Donette said. "Take a look at this picture." Donette smiled as he anxiously pulled his wallet from his briefcase. Donette handed a slightly worn picture to Andrews through the open window. "Whoa, shit! Is that you?" Andrews asked. It was a picture of a muscular guy in light blue swim trunks at a neighborhood pool. "Yep, that was me," Donette replied with a proud smile. Andrews wasn't sure what to say without making Donette feel any worse than he was. "I guess I hit bottom when she left," Donette stated. "It's her loss, man," Andrews said, making Donette smile. They both paused as the alert tone sounded on the police radio. "Sector 1, respond to the Cross Bronx Expressway, eastbound, lane 2, car versus bus." "Okay, I'm up," Donette said as he closed the door window and accelerated out onto the expressway. The tone sounded again from the police radio. "Sector 2, proceed to the expressway eastbound and provide assistance for Sector 1. We have several reported injuries. An ambulance has been dispatched." "Copy," Andrews replied as he slammed the car into drive and accelerated. The traffic on the bridge began to back up as the accident took its toll. Andrews had his sirens blaring as he tried to maneuver around the bridge traffic. He spotted Donette's overhead lights on in the distance and used it as a guide to the accident scene. Andrews pulled up behind Donette's car, which was staggered behind a small tan Dodge with Pennsylvania plates. The Dodge was struck on its left side by a Greyhound bus, which was now pinned in between the Dodge and the guardrail. The bus apparently tried to merge right into the Dodge's lane, Andrews thought. The left side of the Dodge was crushed from the left rear quarter panel to the driver's door. There were some people exiting the bus into the roadway. "Please return to the bus," Andrews ordered. "We have an ambulance responding." "Andrews! Andrews!" Donette screamed, his voice coming from in front of the bus. "Where are you?" Andrews shouted as he walked in front of the bus in the direction of Donette's voice. Andrews reached the front of the bus and saw what was left of a Yamaha motorcycle wedged underneath the bus's front right tire. Donette was lying on the ground trying to look underneath the bus. "Oh my God," Donette said as he crawled out from underneath the bus. Donette's face was pale and his eyes were wide. "Whew, take a look," he said to Andrews as he pointed under the bus. Andrews got on his knees and lowered his body down to the ground. He immediately saw a black Yamaha motorcycle on the ground with part of the bus tire resting on top of it. As he looked closer, he saw what appeared to be its rider being forced through the motorcycle's engine components like meat being put through a grinder. "Ugh, what a fucking mess," Andrews said to himself. Andrews turned his head to view the other side of the bus that was pinned to the guardrail when his attention was drawn to the severed head stuck in the bus's wheel well. It was the head of a man wearing what riders call a brain bucket. His eyes and mouth were open, and he had that "oh shit" look on his face, which was now permanent, Andrews thought. "What do you think?" Donette said as Andrews came out from underneath the bus. "I think you missed the head," Andrews replied. "The head? Where was the fucking head?" Donette asked with excitement. As Donette went back under the bus for another look, Andrews spoke with the bus driver. The driver was a white male in his 50s, who was visibly shaken. "He just went down right in front of me," the bus driver said. "I tried to avoid hitting him, but the car was to my right. There was nowhere to go." The driver raised his voice in exasperation. "Take it easy. I get it," Andrews said. Several hours later, the accident scene had been completely evacuated. Cars once again began to roll through the Cross Bronx Expressway, as if nothing happened. Unsuspecting drivers now sat comfortably in their cars, over the spot where a man had just lost his life, hours ago. Chapter 5. Within the next few weeks, Andrews made copies of Donette's traffic cheat sheets, and began to branch out on his own, making traffic stops and learning how to protect himself as he enforced the law. Andrews learned that he had a low tolerance for people who committed traffic infractions, and he soon became very proficient at his craft. Over time, he averaged 20 car stops a day. By the spring of 1996, he was a regular at Fort Lee Traffic Court. Andrews enjoyed going to Fort Lee Court. It was neat and clean, and it was the first time in his career that he was treated with respect. While in court, Andrews was no longer 5'5". He was a giant. Andrews sat on the wooden bench in the police locker room, reviewing his notes for Tuesday night traffic court. As Officer Barnes walked by on the way to his locker. "Hey, Andrews, how many cases you got tonight? 50? Barnes sarcastically laughed. "Fuck you. I hope no one's sitting on your favorite bar stool at the pub," Andrews fired back. Officer Barnes was about 5'10" with an average build. His salt and pepper hair and protruding beer belly made him look older than his 40 years. Barnes didn't dislike Andrews. He just hated everyone. Barnes' use of sarcasm was just a part of his DNA. He couldn't help himself. Barnes retrieved his nightstick from his locker and walked past Andrews to exit the locker room. "Good thing you didn't forget your gun," Andrews bellowed, catching Barnes off guard. Barnes posed for a moment in front of Andrews without volleying a sarcastic response when Donette entered the locker room. "Fuck you, fat boy," Barnes unexpectedly blurted out to Donette as they passed in the narrow corridor. Donette just looked at Barnes walking away. "Asshole!" Donette shouted in response as the locker room door closed. Donette just shook his head in disgust as he approached Andrews. "So, How many cases do you have tonight? Donette asked Andrews. Somewhere around 15 or so, Andrews replied. Look, it's 6 o'clock already. Come on, let's start walking to court, Donette said. Just let me shine my shoes first, Andrews responded as he walked over to the shoe shine machine in the corner of the locker room. Why do you go through all this trouble for court? Donette asked as he checked himself out in the mirror. Professionalism, Andrews replied as he hit the button to start the shine machine. They both walked up the marble steps leading to the Fort Lee courthouse. The court was an older, well-kept building. The entrance hallway displayed old brass portraits of the town justices who had previously served over the years. The courtroom seating looked like old movie theater-style seats. The deep maroon-colored cushions matched the full-length drapes that circled the courtroom. Waist-high wooden railings with decorative wooden spindles separated the courtroom seats from the judge's bench. Once inside, they walked into the back office labeled Court Personnel Only. Crystal, the office manager, greeted them. Well, well, if it isn't the Port Authority's finest, she said with a smile. We're here to protect and serve, Andrews flirted. Crystal was an attractive girl in her late 20s with long brown hair and brown eyes. After 3 years of working in the courthouse, she was considered one of the guys. That label was bestowed to her after dealing with the cops and their never-ending flirtatious advances. Is it a full calendar tonight? Donette asked. Pretty much, Crystal replied as she continued to check names off her court sheet. Andrews walked into the packed courtroom through the judge's chambers. All eyes were fixed on Andrews during a brief period of silence, as the people in the court seemed to acknowledge his arrival. Andrews felt a surge of power radiate through his body as he stared back into the crowd. He pushed open the wooden gate from the judge's platform and walked to the back of the courtroom. Andrews stood with the other officers in the back, who were also there for court. All rise, the court officer announced. The Honorable Judge Thomas Slotnick presiding. Please be seated. Soon the officers adjourned to the hallway, where all the plea agreements were negotiated. The officers had their own individual lines, where people waited to strike a deal. Andrews looked around and was proud to have the longest line. It was all about respect for Andrews, which he certainly lacked from his bus terminal days. Andrews was not opposed to offering deals, but if he sensed the least bit of disrespect, his demeanor would change on a dime. The second-to-last person on line approached. Andrews looked at his notes and recognized the 20-year-old man. He was accompanied by an older gentleman who could have been his father. I've been waiting to speak with you about this summons, the older man said. He stood about 6'2", had a shaved head with a stocky build. He pushed in front of his son and took an aggressive stance as he confronted Andrews. I'm sorry, sir, but your name does not appear on this summons, Andrews said as he stood firm, not allowing the man to intimidate him. He's my son, the man snapped back in a loud voice. Your son is an adult. If he wants to talk to you about his summons, that's his decision, Andrews firmly replied. The man stepped in closer and invaded Andrews' personal space. Donette saw the man step closer to Andrews and decided to walk over. This conversation is over, Andrews announced to the man as Donette took up a position to the side where the man could see. Fine, the man said as he walked offline, red-faced and gritting his teeth. Well, it appears that I have one trial tonight, Andrews said reluctantly. Fuck him, Donette replied. Give 'em both barrels, Andrews smiled. Andrews' last case was called at 9:30 that night, getting him out by 10 o'clock. He left the courthouse and waved to the New Jersey state trooper who was still waiting for his last case to be heard. He said goodbye to Crystal, the court clerk, and started walking back to the station house. He entered the locker room, changed out of his uniform, and signed out by 10:45. He sat in his Granada in the parking lot, started it up, and headed for the Palisades Parkway. He was about 2 blocks from the station when he turned north on Lemoyne Avenue behind a black Lincoln town car. Without warning, the town car hit the brakes, causing Andrews to make an abrupt stop. Andrews was about 3 car lengths behind the town car. What the hell is wrong with that guy? Andrews said to himself. The driver in the town car just sat motionless, no directional flashers, not even a wave from the window. Andrews then cautiously merged left into the open lane to go around the town car. As Andrews merged left, the town car accelerated, now matching speed with Andrews in the left lane. "What the fuck?" Andrews said as he looked at the other driver in the right lane. The driver of the town car was a black male who proudly displayed his middle finger in Andrews' direction, then accelerated out of sight. "What the hell just happened?" Andrews said to himself. Andrews shook his head and entered the Palisades Parkway northbound. Within 2 miles, Andrews pulled off into the service station, just south of exit 1. He drove past the pumps toward the quick stop and thought he saw the Lincoln town car fueling up. Andrews parked in front of the quick stop and went in for some coffee. He took a styrofoam cup from the holder and noticed a black male walking towards the quick stop from the pumps. "Is this the driver from the town car?" Andrews asked himself as he jogged his memory. Andrews stood behind a display and watched as the black male entered the quick stop. Andrews noticed that the black male was carrying a Subway sandwich bag. Could he have a weapon in the bag? Andrews thought as he stared at the oblong-shaped bag. The black male began to scan the store, and then he proceeded in Andrews' direction. Andrews placed his right hand on the handle of his off-duty Smith & Wesson, which was tucked in the waistband hidden under his shirt. He watched as the black male came closer, and their eyes locked. "Is the coffee any good?" the black male asked Andrews with a casual smile. "It's okay, I guess," Andrews replied, still looking at the Subway sandwich bag in his hand. "I was hoping to find some ketchup. They always forget to put it in the bag," the black male said as he poured some milk into his coffee cup. Andrews walked to the cashier in front of the store and paid for his coffee. He waved as he left the quick stop and returned to his car. Andrews pulled out of the parking space and accelerated back onto the Palisades Parkway. "Better safe than sorry," Andrews said to himself as he repositioned his Smith & Wesson into a more comfortable spot on his right hip. It was about 11:30 p.m. when Andrews pulled into his driveway on Twin Avenue in Spring Valley. The dew from the overgrown weeds got the bottom of his pants wet as he walked to the front of the house. Andrews tried to memorize the layout of the front steps. He slowly placed one foot out, feeling for the edge of the brick as he fumbled in the darkness. He held onto the iron railing as he guided himself up the stairs to the entranceway. Andrews opened the front door and snagged the light switch on the wall with his fingertips. The dim bulb mounted on the ceiling provided minimal light, and the smell of mildew made Andrews pinch his nostrils closed. After changing his clothes, he sat down on the edge of the bed to a symphony of busted coil noises. He sat motionless and stared into the dim light as he fell into a trance thinking about the town car driver. Why? Why did he do that to me? Did I violate the traffic law? He asked himself as he became uncomfortably out of control. Was I following too close? The traffic law allows a distance of 1 car length for every 10 miles per hour, Andrews thought to himself. He was doing no more than 30 miles per hour, and I'm confident I was more than 3 car lengths back before he hit his brakes. Why did he fucking do that? Andrews screamed and clenched his fists out of frustration. Maybe there was another reason that I don't know about? Andrews thought. As he tried to find an explanation out of this craziness, a bead of perspiration formed on his brow and dripped into his eye. His mind raced with reckless abandon. Could it have been my fault? The entire incident? My fault? Andrews thought as he lost control. In time, he just laid down from mental exhaustion and stared at the ceiling. Just as his eyes began to close, he started screaming. My fault! My fault! My fault! He began whipping his head back and forth on the pillow in a frenzy, until he eventually fell asleep from exhaustion. After years of consistently taking Prozac, Dilantin, and lorazepam, Andrew snapped like a dry twig. Andrew's first violent episode was in 1968 on his 8th birthday, when he viciously attacked a fellow classmate on the bus ride home from school. Andrews felt justified in taking a Bic pen and plunging it into a boy's eye socket. This was because Andrews didn't like the way he sang happy birthday to him. Andrews was placed in a juvenile detention center, where he began psychotherapy, courtesy of the state. After several months, Miss Thomas, Andrew's therapist, was pleased with his progress. This was until he grabbed a knitting needle out of her bag and drove it through the top of her hand, pinning it to the desk. As she screamed out in pain, Andrew sat back in his chair, and watched inquisitively, displaying a smirk. All in all, Andrews spent the next 3 years under close supervision, being heavily medicated. He returned home to an alcoholic father and a mother who lost all sense of reality. She pranced around the house all day in her nightgown, smoking cigarettes in long stem holders, while she recited scenes from old movies. At 12 years old, Andrews was being homeschooled with private tutors. At 14, his father was able to convince the school principal to give him a second chance. This was only possible because the boy who Andrews partially blinded had moved away several years ago. Andrews didn't have many friends and stayed to himself during high school. Nancy was really the only friend he ever had, or wanted for that matter. In fear of another violent episode, Andrews' mother slowly increased the dose of his medication, keeping him dopey most of the time. A beam of light entered the room through the moth-eaten drapes. Andrews turned away, but the light's persistence forced him to open his eyes. "It's back," he said to himself. He shivered at the thought of losing control of himself. What should I do? Who can I tell? He questioned himself into a panic. Andrews had last experienced a setback about 10 years ago after being assigned to the Port Authority bus terminal. He fabricated a story about his younger brother dying of cancer and requested an emergency vacation, which was granted. The fact was, Andrews' brother was doing fine, living in Coconut Grove, Florida with his wife and 2 kids. Andrews' emergency vacation consisted of admitting himself into Mid-Hudson Forensic Psychiatric Center on Route 17M in New Hampton, New York. After 2 weeks and a cornucopia of depression medications, Andrews was released. He was diagnosed with having a stress-related disorder, chronic stress, the inability to cope, anxiety disorders, panic attacks, and bouts of intermittent explosive disorder. Certainly, this was not an ideal situation for a guy who carries a gun for a living. The police department would have no choice but to put him out on long-term disability if they knew. The last thing they needed was a nut with a gun. If the juvenile detention center hadn't closed down in the spring of 1972, Andrews would have never been accepted into the police department. All records of Andrews' violent past had disappeared, or were packed away in some warehouse sitting neatly in a box. Irregardless, that part of Andrews' life was now in the past. Andrews drove to work and began obsessing about his own driving, turn signals, distance, and speed, everything to regulation. "I'm not going to be responsible for another traffic incident," he said to himself as his head swiveled neurotically out of control. Everything by the book. Andrews' anxiety disorders had returned in full force and was now taking over his entire decision-making process. During the ride into work, Andrews became more agitated every time he witnessed a traffic violation. "Don't blame me if you fuck it up!" Andrews shouted to the passing motorists. Andrews signaled right as he reached the Hudson Terrace exit. The car in front of him came to a stop at the stop sign. "No signal! Which way is he going? What am I, a fucking mind reader?" Andrews thought as he became more agitated. The car turned left on the Hudson Terrace with Andrews behind him. Andrews observed the red light at the next intersection and drove up alongside the other vehicle as they came to a stop. Andrews lowered his window and caught the other driver's attention. A man in his 60s with white hair looked over at Andrews with a puzzled look. "Turning without the use of a signal is a violation," Andrews said to the man. The man looked startled by Andrews' response. "Fuck you," the man said before raising his window and turning away from Andrews. After roll call, Andrews carried his briefcase out to the police vehicle in the garage and commenced his inspection ritual. Before starting his shift, he stopped at his favorite bagel store on Main Street, just behind the municipal parking lot. The glass door to the bagel shop was covered in moisture from the steaming bagel water. A 15-foot refrigerated case proudly displayed an assortment of cream cheeses, lox spreads, and other early morning delicacies. "Good morning, Sal," Andrews said to the stocky man behind the counter in the white apron. Sal was just tall enough to see over the stainless steel counter. "Morning, officer," Sal replied. "You want the usual today?" Sal asked. "Sure," Andrews replied. "Cream cheese on a cold bagel and a regular coffee coming up," Sal announced. Most of the bagels in the bin were warm. Sal reached for one with his gloved hand, cut it in half, and placed it in the refrigerator. "The last thing I need is a cream cheese soup sandwich," Andrews thought as he recalled one of his most unpleasant breakfast bagels of all time. Andrews watched as the steam from the bagel lingered in the cold refrigerated air before dissipating. This fridge looks like the one from Mid-Hudson Psychiatric Center, he thought to himself as he stared at it. I'm almost sure it is. This is where they kept the meds, he convinced himself. Hey, Sal, where did you get this fridge? Andrews asked. I don't know. It was here when I bought the place from Irving, Sal replied. Andrews watched Sal closely as he waited on the next customer. He's lying to me, Andrews thought. I'd better not tip him off that I'm onto him. Andrews just smiled. Come on, Sal. It should be ready, Andrews called out. I'm coming, Sal answered. Sal smeared cream cheese on the bagel and wrapped it in tinfoil and handed it to Andrews with the coffee. Have a good day, officer, Sal said as Andrews walked out. He's a liar. A fucking liar. I'll get him. I'll get all of them, Andrews said to himself as he walked towards his car. As Andrews patrolled, he wondered about the Lincoln Town car from the night before. A tractor trailer caught his attention as the driver tried to make a U-turn around the Welcome to Fort Lee sign. Horns blew from the impatient drivers as they watched the tractor trailer perform numerous maneuvers to clear the turn. Andrews waited for the truck to clear the turn, and several minutes later, the truck proceeded northbound on Main Street. Andrews activated his overhead lights and sounded the siren to get the driver's attention. The truck had pulled to the curb and stopped. Andrews had positioned his car to the rear of the truck and radioed the plate in. Before Andrews exited the police cruiser, he noticed that the tractor-trailer driver had jumped down out of his cab and was now walking back to the squad car. The trailer looked to be at least 100 feet long. From that distance, the driver looked to be a stocky white male in his 30s. The driver's body language displayed a hint of anger and frustration as he pumped his arms from side to side as he walked towards Andrews' car. From 50 feet away, it was clear that the driver had long black hair and a full beard. Within 20 feet, and closing fast, Andrews began to question what he was now focused on. The driver stopped in front of Andrews and placed his hands on his hips in a male-dominant stance. Is there a problem there, officer? The truck driver asked in a deep, gruff voice. The problem was that the beefy driver was wearing a red plaid schoolgirl skirt with a white button-down blouse tied around the waist, displaying his hairy abdomen. His legs were thick and looked freakish, in contrast with his dainty white tennis sneakers. Andrew's focus was now fixed on the man's chest, which had been fully implanted with 36 double D female breasts. As Andrews made eye contact, he noticed that the driver was wearing cherry red lipstick. This looked even more bizarre framed around his thick black beard. There didn't seem to be any harm done. No accidents or property damage, Andrews thought. Never mind, Andrews said to the driver. Have a nice day. The driver turned and proceeded back to the truck. His skirt flapped in the breeze as he jumped back up into the cab. Andrews continued patrolling the Fort Lee streets when he observed a black Lincoln Town car burn the red traffic light at the Bridge Plaza South intersection. Andrews activated his overhead lights as he took up a position behind the town car. Could this be the same car? He thought to himself. The town car pulled to the curb and lowered all the windows in the vehicle. Andrews approached the driver and noticed that the driver was a black male. So, you're going to stalk me now, is that it? Andrews asked the driver. What are you talking about? The driver replied. This little game you're playing is over, Andrews announced. Officer, I don't know what you mean, the driver said with a look of confusion on his face. Give me your license, registration, and insurance, now, Andrews ordered. The driver quickly raised his windows and screamed for help. Andrews had called off his traffic stop and observed his backup unit coming down the street. As the backup officer arrived, the driver of the town car lowered his driver's window an inch. Please, help me! He's crazy! The man pleaded with the other officer. Just open the door and let's talk, the officer requested. A sudden crash sent glass flying into the front seat of the town car. Andrews was armed with a tire iron and had busted the passenger window out. The man unlocked the driver's door and exited, as Andrews reached into the broken window and grabbed for the door handle. Please, don't let him get me! The man begged as he hid behind the second officer. Andrews quickly ran to the driver's side door, as the other officer said, Don't worry, I got him. The man was handcuffed and escorted to Andrews' car. Where are you taking me? Please, Not in his car! The man begged. He's the arresting officer, sir. The man begged not to be placed in Andrew's car and started kicking and screaming. They tossed the man into the back seat of Andrew's car, head first. He kicked and screamed for help as they closed the door. Thanks, Andrew said to the other officer. No problem. I'll follow you back to the station, the officer said. The driver of the town car was lying face down across the rear seat of Andrew's patrol vehicle. Andrews opened the driver's door and got into the seat. Well, you thought you'd get away, didn't you? Andrews asked the man as he peered into the rearview mirror. Officer, please, I don't know what you're talking about, the man pleaded, but his face was muffled against the car seat. As Andrews drove back to the Port Authority police station, he began hearing the voice from the back seat. I know who you are. Sal from the bagel store told me you'd be around, the voice said. Andrews pulled into the police lot, exited the car, and ran around to the right rear passenger door. He pulled the door open and knelt down beside the man's head. Tell me, goddammit! Who are you, and how do you know Sal? Andrews screamed right into the limo driver's face. Who's Sal? What the fuck are you talking about? The handcuffed man answered out of frustration. The backup officer had just exited his vehicle and walked around to assist Andrews. Is he still giving you a problem? The officer asked Andrews. No, it's okay, Andrews replied. They slid the man out from the rear seat and stood him up. If you want, I can process him, the backup officer said. Sure, Andrews replied. I'll see you later and bring you the traffic citation. Thanks, the officer replied as he took the driver by the arm. The police officer escorted him to the rear door of the police station and punched the security code in to open the door. The handcuffed man stared at Andrews in disbelief as he was led away. Andrews returned to his car and drove from the lot. He found a quiet spot down a side street and parked. I hope the guy from the town car doesn't tell the captain about the refrigerator at Sal's bagel store. I'm just going to deny everything, Andrews thought to himself. The alert tone from the police radio sounded. Officer Andrews, return to quarters. See the captain, the dispatcher announced. Andrews acknowledged the call and pulled out of his spot. This is it, Andrews said to himself. The captain knows about the refrigerator in Sal's. I'm sure he knows about Mid-Hudson. I'm fucked. He's going to have me sent back to the crazy house. I know it, Andrews thought as he started to look wild-eyed again. Andrews parked in the police lot and walked towards the door. He passed Officer Barnes on his way into the building. Hey, fucknuts. Why are you going to see the captain? Barnes asked with a smirk on his face. Eat shit, Andrews replied. Maybe they found you pedophile movies. Barnes laughed as Andrews went inside. Andrews continued to the elevator and pressed the button. I hate that fucking guy, Andrews thought as he pressed the button 3 more times out of anger. Andrews walked past the captain's secretary and knocked on the door. Come in, the captain yelled out. Andrews. We gotta talk about your vacation request. Unfortunately, Officer Murphy put in for that time slot first, and I can only approve 1. I'm sorry, the captain said as he continued working on his crossword puzzle. That means you have vacation next week, your regular scheduled time, the captain added without lifting his head. No problem. Thanks for letting me know, Andrews replied as he walked out past the secretary and back to the elevator. He doesn't know. The guy from the town car never told him. Yes, Andrews said to himself as a smile formed on his stressed face. He returned to his sector car in the lot and pulled out onto Bridge Plaza South. He stopped at the intersection and waited for the red light to change. What about traffic court? I have a lot of cases scheduled that week, he thought. I'll just talk to Crystal tonight at court. She'll take care of it, Andrews said to himself. The light had turned green and Andrews began moving through the intersection when he noticed a tan Ford race through the red light, almost causing an accident. He activated his overheads and instructed the driver of the tan Ford to pull to the curb. Don't these fucking people ever learn? Andrews said to himself as he exited the squad car. Andrews approached the driver's side door and observed an old woman in her 70s behind the wheel. She wore a tan scarf on her head, which covered her blue-tinted hair. Can I see your license, registration, and insurance, ma'am? Andrews asked. The woman searched through her handbag, which seemed like an eternity, before removing 2 documents and handing them to Andrews. You gave me your registration and insurance, ma'am. I still need to see your license, Andrews said, as he watched her continue to fumble through her handbag. The woman stopped for a moment and said,
I don't have a license, officer.
Have you ever had a license, ma'am? Andrews asked, trying to be patient.
No, I never did. Motor vehicles wouldn't give me one. They said it was because I was legally blind,
the old woman stated as she shrugged her shoulders. Blind? As in, you can't see, Andrews said in disbelief.
Yes, but I can see shadows. Besides, I needed my hair done,
the woman stated, looking confident that her hair appointment would certainly take precedence over a New Jersey driver's license. Please stay in your car, ma'am. I'll be right back, Andrews said as he returned to his car and reached for his summons book. I'm sure summoning a blind woman will go over big at Fort Lee Court, Andrews thought as he started writing. She does look very familiar, Andrews said to himself as he stared at her sitting in her car. I know who she is. She was the night shift nurse at Mid-Hudson, he said to himself confidently. Andrews watched her intently as he wrote the summons. It's becoming clear to me now. They're on a witch hunt to get me, he thought. Chapter 6. Hey, Andrews, how many cases do you have tonight? Donat asked as he sifted through his summons books. I don't know, maybe about 20 or so, Andrews replied. Damn, you're keeping Fort Lee in the black, aren't you? Donat said as he kept sifting through his book. Fuck Fort Lee, I need the court time, Andrews said as he checked off the defendants' names on his court list. They gathered their court documents, Andrews shined his shoes, and they walked towards the courthouse. Hi, Crystal, can I talk to you about next week's court calendar? Andrews asked. Sure, what's up? Crystal replied as she took a bite off her half-eaten chocolate bar. I'm on vacation next week and I have a full court calendar, Andrews said as he looked at her with his palms facing up. Don't worry, we'll just reschedule those cases for when you return from your vacation, Crystal said as she licked the chocolate from her lips. Great, I thought they would just be dismissed, Andrews said as he watched her tear the wrapper away from the chocolate. Judge Slotnick would never go for that, Crystal replied as she took another bite. All rise. The Honorable Judge Thomas Slotnick presiding. Please be seated, the court officer said after the judge entered the courtroom. Andrews took his customary spot in the rear of the courtroom and surveyed the crowd. He broke into a cold sweat when he noticed the director of Mid-Hudson Psychiatric Center seated in the courtroom. Maybe I could exit out the back door before he sees me, Andrews thought as he scanned the room. Andrews was weighing his options as he noticed two black men sitting together near the front door. Oh shit. Those two are Mid-Hudson security, Andrews thought as perspiration started to form on his lip. Fuck this. I'm just walking out. If they try to stop me, I'll defend myself with any means possible, Andrews said to himself as he compulsively adjusted his gun belt. As Andrews walked past the two black males and felt their laser beam stare penetrate his back, he continued walking as the sweat rolled down the sides of his face. Are you all right? Crystal asked as Andrews briskly walked past her towards the exit. Fine, he said as he bolted out the door and down the steps. I'm sure they're going to come out after me. Better get to my car, Andrews thought. Andrews threw his court documents in the back seat of his Granada and accelerated out of the parking lot. He entered the Palisades Parkway northbound before realizing he still had his uniform on. Shit. Do I go back? He asked himself as he flicked his fingers on the top of the steering wheel. Andrews merged into the right lane after noticing a car's headlights coming up on him rather quickly in the left lane. A white Ford Taurus with two black males zipped by. Oh shit. That's them. Mid-Hudson security. They're probably on their way to my apartment in Spring Valley, Andrews thought, as he slowed down to think of a plan. Andrews exited the parkway and re-entered the southbound entrance. I'll just go back, Andrews thought, as he nodded his head in the affirmative, subconsciously confirming his own decision. He parked his Granada outside the Fort Lee court, grabbed his notes, and went inside. Where did you go? Crystal asked. The judge called 2 of your cases already. Oh, I'm sorry, Andrews responded as he walked past her into the courtroom. The 2 black males and the director were no longer there. They're probably waiting for me in Spring Valley, Andrews thought as he tried to calm down. The court officer announced, Mr. Lee, Officer Andrews, step up. Mr. Lee, on June 17th, 1995, you were driving a 1993 blue Honda through the town of Fort Lee, New Jersey when you were stopped by Officer Andrews for a traffic violation. Is that correct? Judge Slotnick asked Mr. Lee. Yes, Mr. Lee responded. Do you wish to testify, Mr. Lee? The judge asked. Yes, sir, Mr. Lee responded as he nervously gathered his papers. The court officer called Mr. Lee to the stand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, so help you God? The court officer asked. Yes, Mr. Lee replied. As Mr. Lee testified, Andrews thought about the men waiting for him at his apartment in Spring Valley. I'm sure they want to bring me back to Mid-Hudson Forensic Psychiatric Center, Andrews thought to himself as he started picking at his fingernails. Officer Andrews! Officer Andrews! The judge tried getting his attention. Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor, Andrews replied. Are you ready to testify? Judge Slotnick asked as he stared at Andrews. Yes, sir, Andrews responded and walked up to the witness chair as the court officer swore him in. Officer, tell me about the chain of events which led up to you stopping Mr. Lee on June 17th, 1995, the judge asked. Andrews fumbled through his notes. He was clearly not prepared. We're waiting, officer, Judge Slotnick said as he impatiently thumped his index finger on the bench. On June 22nd, 1995, I was on patrol. June 17, 1995, the judge interjected. We want to hear about June 17th, 1995, officer. I'm sorry, Judge. Let me just check something, Andrews said as he continued to fumble through his notes. Officer! Officer! The judge tried to get Andrews' attention. I'm going to dismiss the charges against Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, your case is dismissed, the judge announced. But, Your Honor, if I could just... The judge cut Andrews short. The case is dismissed, Officer Andrews. Call the next case, the judge said as he looked towards the court officer. Andrews left the courtroom and returned to his car. I can't believe it. My case was dismissed. Who does he think he is? I work hard to educate the motoring public. Where is the justice? Where is the justice? Andrews screamed as he slammed his hand on the dashboard. I think there needs to be a change, and soon, Andrews said. He sat hunched over in the driver's seat, with his head resting on the steering wheel. His face got beet red, and his frustration boiled over. He doesn't know how to run a fucking courtroom. He's too soft, Andrews said in a low voice. He picked his head up from the steering wheel and screamed, He's too fucking soft! I'll show him, Andrews said as his face winced from frustration. Andrews used his left hand to wipe the vapor off the windshield, and his right to place the key in the ignition. He returned to the police station. I'm going to take the uniform off first. They're not going to parade me through the gates of Mid-Hudson Psychiatric Center in uniform, he said to himself as he thought about the men waiting for him at his Spring Valley apartment. Andrews was heading north on the Palisades Parkway when a panic attack took over. They won't know what hit him, Andrews said to himself. Soon, he had exited the Palisades Parkway and was approaching his street. He made one pass looking for the white Ford Taurus. They were smart enough not to park on my street, he thought. Andrews parked around the corner and cautiously exited his car. He climbed over a neighbor's fence, snagging his arm on the thorns of an overgrown rosebush. Shit, he said to himself as he licked the blood off his forearm. He made his way through the brush, emerging behind Markovitz's garage. Andrews veered around the side of the garage before resting at the optimal vantage point. He stared into the darkness and focused on the light coming from his apartment window. I didn't leave my light on, Andrews thought to himself. So, they're inside waiting to ambush me. Andrews giggled in the darkness and smiled as he made his way closer to the house. He darted through the brush as he ran close to the ground until he reached the rear of the house. I'll just make my way alongside the house and peer into the front window, Andrews thought. He crawled through the weeds and positioned himself just under the window near the front porch. His hot breath steamed the glass as he slowly raised his hand up to the window ledge. He removed his off-duty Smith & Wesson 5-shot revolver from its holder and held it ready as he looked inside. Don't see anyone. Could they have already left? He thought. He went to the front door and placed his key in the lock as he held on to his revolver. He opened the door and cautiously entered the room with the gun drawn. He noticed that the small table lamp was on. Did I forget to turn the light off? He continued to question himself. He holstered his gun and sat on the edge of the bed in the dimly lit room. Andrew's head fell forward into the palms of his waiting hands. I gotta grab hold of myself, he thought as he shook his head back and forth. I'll just take a hot shower and go to bed. Besides, I'm off tomorrow, he said to himself. Chapter 7. Andrews was up at first light. Maybe I'll organize the garage today, he thought. There was something very therapeutic about cleaning and organizing for Andrews. His mind was able to relax, and his compulsive desires would be satisfied. Andrews draped a few extension cords over the exposed rafters in the garage and hung a couple of spotlights. That's better, he said to no one in particular. Now I can see what the hell is in here. After a couple of hours of sorting, Andrews came across an old wooden desk, which was sitting high on a couple of wooden crates. He climbed up onto the wooden crates and perched himself behind the desk. For a moment, he just sat and stared, pale and expressionless, until a grin formed on his face. His eyes blazed with the excitement of a crazy man, as blood rushed to his head, causing his ears to turn red. He reached for a wooden mallet in an open desk drawer and slammed it down onto the desktop. Order! Order in the court! Andrew shouted with an evil smile on his face. First day of my 2-week vacation, Andrews thought. Maybe I should just turn myself in at Mid-Hudson to avoid the subsequent embarrassment. I don't want them picking me up at work. I might as well face the music, he thought. Andrew started the Granada and backed out into the street. He headed towards the Palisades Parkway northbound when a blue cargo van came screaming through the intersection on a red light. Andrew slammed on the brakes and was able to maneuver around the van to avoid an accident. That stupid motherfucker! Andrew screamed. Enraged, Andrews made a U-turn and followed the van, which was heading south on College Road. After a few blocks, the van made an unexpected sudden stop and turned left into the driveway of an old brick house, almost causing another accident with a vehicle in the oncoming lane. Andrews watched as a young Hispanic male exited the passenger side door and walked towards the front of the home. The driver threw an empty beer bottle from his window, which shattered on the concrete walkway at the other man's feet. The young Hispanic male flashed the driver his middle finger and shouted, "I'll see you tomorrow, faggot!" "Fuck you, wetback!" the driver replied, and laughed as he accelerated backwards out of the driveway. The blue van continued south on College Road before turning into a convenience store. Andrews had pulled into the convenience store parking area and watched as the driver parked the blue van and walked into the store. The driver was a slim white male in his 20s, about 5'8", with long black hair. Andrews exited the Granada and followed the man into the store. He watched as the man walked into the rear of the store, where the refrigerators covered the back wall. He slid the large glass door open and grabbed a can of Budweiser, before walking back to the front where the register was. Andrews took a pack of juicy fruit from the display and stood behind the man with the long black hair. They both waited as a woman paid the cashier for her gas. The long-haired man smelled from alcohol and looked unsteady on his feet. Andrews watched as the man fumbled through his pockets before removing a crumpled $5 bill. As the woman online turned to leave, the long-haired man reached down to pinch her bottom. She reacted by slapping his awkwardly slow-approaching hand. "Asshole!" she said as she quickly walked out. "Fuck you, bitch!" he replied as he turned to Andrews with a smile on his face, as if he was looking for approval. The clerk reluctantly took the man's money. He received his change back and cracked the beer open as he walked towards the front door. Andrews followed the man out into the parking lot as he returned to his van. The man walked to the front of the van and placed his beer on the ground before stepping off the blacktop into a wooded area. The man's back was to Andrews as he began urinating in the tall brush. Andrews cautiously looked around before approaching. "Hey, asshole!" Andrews called out. The man zipped his fly and turned. His first word never exited his mouth. Andrews had removed a taser from his pocket and zapped the man in the chest. The man dropped to the ground, struck his head on a rock, and passed out. Andrews looked around. The parking lot was clear. He crouched down in the tall brush and made his way towards the Granada. Andrews opened his trunk, grabbed a roll of duct tape, and went back to where the long-haired man was lying in the brush. He knelt down beside him and secured his wrists together with duct tape, and then he placed them around his head, covering his mouth. Andrews dragged the man through the brush until he reached the Granada. He grabbed the long-haired man under the arms and hoisted him up until his head cleared the bottom of the trunk. With one good push, the man flopped headfirst into the large trunk. Andrews cautiously looked around one last time before shoving the man's feet in and closing the trunk. He entered the driver's side and started the car. Andrews sat motionless for a moment, just staring at his Lucky Rabbit's foot keychain swaying back and forth in the ignition. "It's time," Andrews said to himself as he put the Granada in drive. Andrews could feel the man's body sliding around in the trunk as he took a sharp turn, leaving the lot. Within a few minutes, Andrews was back on Twin Avenue. He backed the car into his driveway and stopped just short of the garage. Andrews got out and looked around before opening the garage door. He returned to the Granada and opened the trunk. The man in the trunk was wide-eyed, lying on his back. Andrews stood over him. "Sir, have you been drinking today?" Andrews asked with a sadistic smile on his face. "I detect the odor of an alcoholic-type beverage on your breath." The man attempted to answer, but only muffled sounds came out. "Are you willing to take a breathalyzer test, sir?" Andrews asked. The man responded with more muffled sounds. "I'll take that as a no," Andrews said. "Don't worry, sir. We have an alternative method," Andrews stated with a smile. "Welcome to traffic court," he said with pride, as he reached in and dragged the man out of the trunk. The man's eyes bugged out as he tried to speak. "Don't worry, sir. I'm Officer Andrews. I will take good care of you today," he said as he grabbed a handful of the man's hair and spun his head around to make eye contact. Andrews dragged the man into the garage and closed the door. A dim ray of light from beneath the door lit the way as Andrews dragged the man towards the wooden chair in the center of the room. "Don't worry, sir. You're the first case on our calendar today," Andrews said after securing the man in the chair. Andrews left the garage and returned to his car. "Whew, I can't hold court on an empty stomach," Andrews said to himself as he pulled out of the driveway. Andrews had lunch and ran a few errands before returning home a few hours later. The old springs twanged as the garage door snapped open. The long-haired man looked towards the light and saw Andrews standing in the doorway wearing a black judge's robe. "All rise! Honorable Judge Brad Andrews presiding," Andrews announced before slamming the garage door closed. The man was able to catch a glimpse of the black robe in the darkness as Andrews walked past the chair towards the big desk. Suddenly, the spotlights hanging from the garage rafters went on. The long-haired man stared up at Andrews sitting behind the big wooden desk, perched on top of the crates. Behind Andrews hung a large American flag nailed to the wall. Andrews looked down at the man still bound with duct tape. "What is your name, sir?" Andrews asked. The man tried to answer through the duct tape, but Andrews cut him short. Never mind," Andrews said. "I'll mark you down as being uncooperative." The man now started to protest by shaking the chair in an attempt to speak. "Order! Order in the court!" Andrews screamed as he slammed the mallet down on top of the desk. The man stopped and watched in horror. "All right then, let's proceed," Andrews announced. "Okay, sir, we're looking at several violations today. First, passing a steady red on College Avenue. Second, failure to signal a turn into the Mexican's driveway. And last but not least, driving while intoxicated." "How do you plead, sir?" Andrews asked. The man desperately tried to answer through the duct tape. "Okay, I'll take that mumbled response as a guilty plea," Andrews said. Andrews got up from behind the desk and removed his black robe, draping it over the back of his chair. Underneath the robe, Andrews wore a white doctor's jacket. He walked over to an old wooden workbench and wheeled it next to the long-haired man's chair. He removed an old white towel from the tabletop, which was covering a display of assorted tools. Andrews carefully wiped down each tool with alcohol and placed it in the predetermined location. His actions were similar to a surgeon's preparing for a procedure. He smiled at the tools and turned to the long-haired man. "Are you ready?" Andrews asked with an evil grin. The man now started to buck wildly in his chair and screamed a muffled scream through the tape that covered his mouth. First, we should address the red light violation. I'm sure it was caused by an impatient right foot, Andrews said in a demeaning voice. Let's see if we can correct that, Andrews said as he reached for a ball-peen hammer and a block of wood. Let's put the wood under your foot like so. The man now screamed a distinctive, "No!" through the confines of the tape. As he shook the chair in a desperate attempt to free himself, Andrews braced the man's right foot above the block of wood with his left hand and raised the hammer high over his head with his right. "Get ready!" Andrews announced with a chuckle. Andrews lowered the hammer on the man's foot with such force that he felt the vibration in the concrete garage floor. Muffled screams penetrated the tape that covered the man's mouth, and tears rolled down the sides of his face. "Come on, that wasn't that bad," Andrews said as he fixed his hair. The hammer made an indent in the top of the man's foot. Broken blood vessels and swelling were quick to surface. "All right, let's see if that did the trick," Andrews said as he grabbed a nail gun from below the workbench. Andrews plugged the nail gun into an electrical outlet. "Let's test it out," Andrews said as he fired a shot into the wall of the garage. A loud pop of air escaped from the nail gun's vent. "Yep, it's working," Andrews confirmed. Andrews knelt down alongside the man's right leg. The man squirmed in his seat as his eyes bulged out in anticipation of the forthcoming pain. Andrews braced the man's swollen right foot with his left hand and positioned the nail gun below his foot with the arch at the right. "Are you ready?" Andrews sang as he gripped the nail gun in his hand. The man blasted a loud, "No! No!" through the tape, and the air gun recoiled. Pop, pop, pop! The man screamed in pain as blood began to drip from the arch of his foot. The 3 nailheads glistened in the man's foot as the light reflected off the smooth steel. It appears you felt that," Andrews stated. "Let's try something a little different, shall we?" Andrews suggested. Andrews searched through the shelf of assorted old tools. "Ah, this should do the trick," Andrews said as he held up an old wooden vise for the man to see. He turned the tension lever a few times. "Yep, this will work just fine," he said as he walked back to the man's chair. The long-haired man looked at Andrews and began shaking his head left to right as tears continued to stream down his cheeks. Andrews placed the man's right foot between the wooden blocks of the vise and began to turn the tension lever. "Let's get it snug," Andrews announced as he looked at the man's face. "This shouldn't take long," Andrews said to the man as if he didn't want to inconvenience him. After several full turns, the vise had severely compressed the man's foot. The man was bucking and screaming in pain as Andrews forced one more full turn on the lever. The sounds of bones cracking and tendons popping were evident. Blood began to seep from underneath the man's toenails and dripped onto the concrete floor. "Let's allow that to simmer for a while," Andrews said. "Violation number 2. Failed to signal a turn into the Mexican's driveway," Andrews announced, trying to sound official. "I can clearly understand the reason for this violation," Andrews said. "It takes just a little too much effort to use that directional lever. I know how inconvenient those things are," Andrews said with sarcasm in his voice. "But unfortunately, the law is the law," Andrews said in a lecturing tone. "It seems to me that your left hand failed to complete the turn signal task. Well, if you're not going to use it, I guess it won't hurt to lose it." Andrews laughed uncontrollably as he stared directly into the man's eyes. Urine soaked the crotch of the man's pants and ran down his leg, making a puddle on the floor. Andrews stood only inches from the man's face, enjoying the expression of torment in his eyes. Andrews gained strength from the man's pain as he stood in the man's blood and urine surrounding the chair that bound him. "Let's prepare you for the infraction," Andrews said as he took a thick cord and began to wrap it around the man's left wrist, then pulled the ends tight and tied them. "That should make for a good tourniquet. There's no sense in getting more blood on the floor," he stated, trying to sound reasonable. Andrews walked over to the shelf with the large power tools. He selected a circular saw and grabbed a 10-foot extension cord. He plugged one end of the extension cord into the outlet and knotted the other before plugging it into the saw. Safety first. You can't be too careful when using power tools. Andrews chuckled. The man's left hand just hung over the arm of the chair. Andrews took a firm grasp of the man's forearm and held it down snug to the armrest as he lifted the circular saw. Andrews engaged the saw and watched the man's eyes seem to pop out of their sockets. "Don't worry!" Andrews screamed over the sound of the saw. "I'm a craftsman! It's not like you don't have another hand!" Andrews laughed as he brought the saw down on top of the man's wrist and sent streams of blood splattering everywhere. Andrews looked up and noticed that the man had blacked out from the pain. He continued until the man's hand hit the floor like a raw 6-ounce sirloin. The blade of the saw was covered in blood, as well as his white physician's jacket. Oh, shit. These stains won't come out. Andrews thought to himself as he looked down at the streams of blood on the white jacket. Well, you know what they say. No good deed goes unpunished. He shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. Andrews grabbed a couple of rags and wrapped it around the man's wrist, securing it with duct tape. A few moments later, the man came to and screamed when he noticed the blood-soaked rags wrapped around his wrist where the left hand used to be. Andrews picked the man's left hand up off the floor and held it up for him to see. "High five!" Andrews said as he burst into laughter. Last but not least, driving while intoxicated. Andrews said as he placed his right hand to his chin and thought. He whistled as he walked to the tool cart to select a drill, and then returned to the man's chair. What a mess you made, Andrews said as he tried to avoid stepping in the urine on the floor. He removed the bolts from the base of the chair, as the man watched in horror. He then found a metal bucket in the far side of the garage and placed it at the man's feet. Andrews walked towards the garage door and reached for the handle. "Don't worry, I'll be right back," Andrews said as he raised the door and left the garage. The man tried desperately to free himself in Andrews' absence, but the pain from his wounds was too severe. Andrews returned with a couple of 6-packs of beer, placed them on the garage floor, and closed the door. "We're going to have a party!" Andrews screamed as he held the 2 6-packs up for the man to see, and danced his way back to the man's chair. "I'm going to see just how much beer you can handle," Andrews said. "Okay, let's do this," he announced. He tipped the man's chair forward. The man's knees absorbed the impact before going face first on the garage floor, still strapped to the chair. Andrews stood in front of the man's head, squatted down, and grabbed him by the shoulders. Andrews lifted the man's torso off the ground and held him at a 45-degree angle as he reached for the metal bucket with his right foot. "Got it," Andrews said as he kicked the bucket closer, positioning it center with the man's chair. "Let's see if this works," Andrews said as he lowered the man's body back down until his head went inside the bucket. "Ha! Perfect!" Andrews said as he stepped back like an artist to admire his work. The weight of the man's shoulders pinned him to the rim of the bucket, taking the pressure off his head. "Yes, this'll work better than I thought," Andrews said with a smile. "I, the Honorable Judge Andrews of the Twin Avenue Court, do find you guilty of driving while intoxicated. Let us commence," Andrews said as he cracked open all the beer cans. One at a time, Andrews poured the contents of each can into the bucket. By the third beer, the man's cries began to echo loudly out of the bucket. "Can you taste it yet?" Andrews asked as he curiously looked into the bucket. Maybe a couple more," Andrews said with a frown. After the 6th can was emptied in the bucket, the man tried desperately to avoid getting beer in his mouth. "Beer number 7, Andrews announced as he poured it in. The man's mouth was covered with white beer foam, and it was entering through his nose as well. "Number 8, coming up," Andrews said. The beer had completely covered the man's mouth, and was now slowly seeping in through the openings of the worn duct tape. "Maybe one more for the road?" Andrews laughed as he poured can number 9 in. After a couple of minutes of bucking and squirming, the man finally went limp. Andrews pulled can number 10 out of its plastic bag, then sat down on the garage floor next to the man and took a slug. It's Miller time, Andrews whispered as he rested his elbow on his raised knee. Chapter 8. As the rusty water pelted Andrew's head, he had a moment of clarity. What did I do? Andrew said to himself. A little voice in his head reminded him of the man's traffic infractions. He was found guilty of the violations, Andrews thought, as he tried to justify his actions. Anyway, I must dispose of the body, and tomorrow is another day. As he reached for the shampoo, Andrews began to whistle as he got ready for bed. Shit, I'm almost out of toothpaste, he said to himself as he squeezed the last bit of white substance from the tube. He exited the bathroom and sat on the edge of his bed. What do I need to do in the morning? He thought to himself. First, I'll get coffee. Second, dispose of the body in the garage. And third, buy more toothpaste. That should cover it, he said to himself. Andrew set the alarm and turned on the radio. He thought about Nancy, listened to music, and fell asleep. After several nerve-wracking weeks, Andrews finally got the nerve to speak with Nancy. At 15, Andrews was shy around girls, and Nancy seemed to enjoy his awkwardness. She walked with him to his locker, as he tried to find the right words. She waited patiently as he fumbled with his combination lock. After several tries, he looked at her and said, I forgot my combo. Then he shrugged his shoulders. His face was beet red from embarrassment. She looked at him and smiled, trying to ease his discomfort. That night they met at the carnival in the Nanuet Mall parking lot. They walked side by side and shared a smile. Nancy was about 5'3" with a slim build. She had short, dirty blonde hair with bangs. Her eyes were a beautiful blue, and she had a cute pattern of freckles around the bridge of her nose. The first time Andrew saw Nancy was in their high school gym class. He remembers watching her play basketball with some of the guys. She was athletic in a graceful sort of way. They stopped at a snack stand and shared a soda, while Andrews gazed into her blue eyes. Let's go on a ride, Nancy said, as she pointed towards the flying swings. Sure, Andrews replied. She took his hand and pulled him through the crowd and got online. Andrews watched as the swings went around and around, flying over their heads. Andrews did not have a good stomach for rides, especially the ones that went in circles. The gate opened, and they ran for 2 swings, side by side. Andrews smiled as he watched Nancy buckle the strap around her waist. Andrews was quickly reminded about how much he disliked rides. First, they were lifted up, and the candy cane-painted spindle started to twist. The swings went around and round as Nancy laughed and Andrews turned green. After what seemed like an eternity, the ride returned to the ground. Andrews unbuckled the strap from his waist and slowly got out of the seat. Nancy screamed, Wait! Let's stay on! There's no line! Andrews hesitated, then returned to his seat. Nancy looked over and gave Andrews the thumbs up. Andrews returned the gesture as the swings started circling. I'll never make it, he said to himself as the swings hit full speed. Please don't vomit. Please don't vomit. Andrews begged himself not to throw up. Several minutes and 30 revolutions later, the ride landed. Andrews was quick to get out of the seat. He ran towards the portable toilet with Nancy chasing him. Where are you going? She cried out. The bathroom, he replied without breaking stride. He reached for the door and yanked on the handle. It was locked. Out of desperation, he pulled it again. It's taken! A voice came from inside. Andrews went around the back of the freestanding portable toilet and let out a stream of vomit. The brown-colored mixture repelled off the bottom of the portable toilet and hit the grass. Oh, gross, Andrews thought as he saw the noodles he had for lunch floating in the liquid. He used his sleeve to wipe his mouth and looked up to see Nancy standing there. It's all right. Do you want to leave? She asked. You kidding? Let's go on again, Andrew said with excitement in his voice. Andrew's face was a pale green, and the corner of his mouth had a trace of vomit on it. Nancy stared at Andrews with a puzzled look. Andrews returned her glance, and they both laughed. It was at that moment that Andrews fell in love for the first time. Andrews opened his eyes, 10 minutes before the alarm was set to go off. He realized it was just a dream. Nancy was gone. He hesitated for a moment, and then lifted himself out of bed. "Alright, let's get some coffee," he said. With a cup of black coffee in his hand, he walked outside towards the back of the house. He lifted the garage door just high enough to duck inside, before closing it quickly behind him. He turned on the spotlights, put one hand on his hip, and slugged more coffee. Andrews just stood there and stared at the long-haired man still tied to the chair with his head in the bucket. "Maybe I should do this piece by piece," he said to himself as he finished his coffee. He picked up the circular saw and pulled the trigger. The saw just hummed and started to smoke. What the hell is wrong with this thing? It worked perfectly yesterday, he thought as he inspected it. He turned the saw on its side and noticed a shiny ivory-colored object wedged in between the blade and the metal cover guard. He poked it with a screwdriver and began to pry it out. Suddenly it popped out onto the garage floor. "Pfft, what a cheap saw," Andrew said as he held the object in his hand. "Just one piece of bone? That's all it takes to jam it?" he said in disgust. He tried the saw again. Andrew squinted as the saw blade shot bone fragments in the air. Then the blade was ready for more cutting. Andrews cut the body free of the chair and laid him out on the floor. He got to work and began to cut the limbs free of the torso. The job took longer than he had expected, due to the saw getting jammed 2 more times. After the job was done, he put the body parts in a pile. He tried cleaning himself up with a few rags, but needed to shower again. He walked towards the garage door and pulled it up halfway and ducked out. As he turned towards the house, he saw Mr. Markovitz coming towards him on the walkway. "Mr. Andrews, is that you?" Markovitz asked as he tilted his head, trying his best to distinguish an outlining shadow. "Yes, it's me, sir. Is everything all right?" Andrews replied as he walked towards him on the walkway. "I heard some sawing coming from the garage, so I figured I'd say hello. Have you settled in all right?" Markovitz asked. Andrews was aware that he had the blood of the long-haired man on his hands and arms. He kept his hands in his pockets and his arms close to his body as he stood to the side of Markovitz. "Settled in just fine, sir," Andrews replied. "What are you working on?" Markovitz asked as he looked over Andrews' shoulder towards the garage. "Just cutting some firewood for my friend. He has a fireplace," Andrews replied. "If you need anything, just let me know," Markovitz said, and he turned and walked back towards the house. Markovitz was old, partially blind, and overweight, but he was not stupid. Why was he using a circular saw to cut firewood, and why inside the garage? Markovitz thought to himself. Andrews waited until he saw Markovitz return to the house, and then he hurried down the path and went to his apartment. What the fuck is he snooping around for? Andrews thought to himself as he got undressed and walked towards the shower. Andrews turned on the shower and waited for the rusty water to get hot. Markovitz is going to be a problem, he said to himself as he tested the water with his outstretched hand. Andrews finished his shower and turned off the water. He noticed that the white soap now had a pink tint to it from the long-haired man's blood. He just smirked as he reached for his clean clothes. He grabbed his Lucky Rabbit's Foot keychain and exited the house. Started up the Granada and thought, would Markovitz go back to the garage? Within 2 hours, Andrews returned to the house on Twin Avenue and backed his car into the driveway. He opened his trunk and removed several large bags, which he carried to the garage door. Andrews looked around, then opened the garage door and dragged the bags inside before letting the door close. Andrews unpacked several 6-foot by 9-foot plastic tarps, some inexpensive nylon gym bags, and an assortment of cleaning supplies. He put on the spotlights and went to work. First, he packed all the body parts into 3 separate gym bags. Then, he poured some bleach on the floor around the blood and urine. He removed a wooden scrub brush from the bag and attached it onto a broomstick handle. Andrews scrubbed the floor clean, and then he mopped up the puddle of blood and bleach. He used the same bucket that the long-haired man had drowned in. Andrews disposed of the bloody mixture and rinsed out the pail. After cleaning and reattaching the chair to its original spot on the garage floor, he dragged the gym bags to the door. Andrews cautiously opened the garage door and looked for Markovitz. All clear, he said to himself as he walked towards the Granada with his keys in hand. All 3 gym bags fit comfortably in the large trunk. Andrews looked cautiously over the top of the trunk lid before closing it and getting into the driver's seat. It was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Andrews pulled out of the driveway onto Twin Avenue. I have to wait until it gets dark, he said to himself. Andrews got onto the Palisades Parkway southbound and headed towards Nanuet. He pulled into the Nanuet Mall off Route 59 and found a spot in the back behind Sears. Andrews went in and walked towards the food court. He bought a couple of hot dogs, a soda, and sat in one of the metal-framed chairs. Only a few tables away was a young couple that talked and held hands. As the couple gazed into each other's eyes, he thought of Nancy. Andrews remembered coming to the food court with Nancy. It seemed like a lifetime ago. As Andrews ate his hot dog and daydreamed about Nancy, his attention was immediately drawn towards a town police officer walking towards the food court. Andrews watched as the officer walked over to the Nathan's hot dog counter and spoke with the young man who served him just minutes before. The counterman seemed to nod in Andrews' direction as the officer turned and looked. Andrews froze, with an unchewed piece of hot dog protruding from his mouth. Andrews sat like a statue until the officer's glance was redirected towards an attractive woman passing the counter. Andrews tried to swallow the 2-inch long piece of hot dog, but gagged and decided to chew it first. He continued to watch as the officer re-engaged in conversation with the counter guy. I think I can make out what they're saying to each other, Andrews thought to himself. Andrews watched as the counterman's lips moved as he spoke. Is that the guy you're looking for? Andrews swore the counterman asked the officer. The officer then turned his head in Andrews' direction and replied to the counterman. Yep, that's him. The body's in his trunk. Without hesitation, Andrews got to his feet and walked briskly out of the food court as he glanced back in the officer's direction. I don't think he's following me, Andrews thought as he continued his quick pace. He probably just radioed ahead that I was on the move, Andrews said to himself as he continued to look over his shoulder. I can't return to the car. That's what they want. I'll just duck in the movies, Andrews thought. Andrews exited the mall and walked around to the movie theater entrance. 1 ticket for Fargo, please, Andrews said to the girl behind the window. That'll be $5.50, the girl said as she took Andrews' $10 bill from the drawer just under the glass. She returned a red matinee ticket along with his change as she blew a bubble with her gum. Andrews sat in the lobby for a few minutes keeping an eye on the door. So, I guess they're going to wait for me outside, Andrews thought as he continued to feed his psychotic disorder. He got up from his seat and walked towards the big double doors that led to the theater. The darkness blinded him for a moment until his eyes adjusted to the dim light. He walked down the center aisle, passing a few people seated on both sides, and chose a seat somewhere in the middle. Andrew's stress disorder caused him to occasionally look back at the people who were seated behind him. This behavior continued until the movie started. 2 hours later, the lights came on, and the credits rolled. Andrews got up from his seat and walked out of the theater. His focus was now temporarily on the character from the movie, who got captured after jamming his partner in the wood chipper. When he exited the theater, he looked around in anticipation of finding a fleet of police cars patiently awaiting his arrival. No police cars in the lot. Maybe they're waiting for me on the main road? Andrews thought, as he continued to make adjustments in his delusional behavior. The sun was going down in the afternoon sky as Andrews cautiously walked through the lot to the Granada. He unlocked the car door and got in. Andrews sat motionless at the wheel for a moment and started the car. He drove through the lot, eyeing the side streets for police activity. It looks clear, he thought. Andrews exited the mall onto Route 59 heading towards the Palisades Parkway. He entered the parkway going south towards Fort Lee, New Jersey. Andrews' plan was to drive down to the park under the George Washington Bridge, where the boat slip was. He could walk right up to the water and drop the bags into the Hudson River, where the current was strong. Andrews exited the parkway at Exit 1 in Fort Lee and drove to the diner on Lemoyne Avenue. It's not dark enough, he said to himself. Maybe another hour or so. The diner was dangerously close to the police station where Andrews worked. I hope I don't see anyone I know, Andrews thought to himself. He sat all the way to the back where he had a good view of the entrance. A waitress walked over to help him. Would you like a menu, honey? The waitress asked. No, just a coffee and a piece of that apple pie, Andrews replied, pointing to the pie in the refrigerated showcase behind her. Andrews was relieved that he didn't know the waitress. She placed a dark brown coffee mug in front of him and slid over a silver-colored creamer. She gave a quick look inside the creamer and asked, Would you like any whipped cream on that pie? Sure, Andrews replied, and he returned the smile. Andrews watched as the waitress cut a healthy slice of pie and neatly covered the top with whipped cream. She put the pie down alongside the coffee mug and batted her eyes. Her phony eyelashes twitched like spider legs. Andrews smiled, enjoying the unsolicited attention. He picked up the fork and drove it towards the tip of the pie when he heard the front door open. His hand froze over the pie as he saw Officer Donette walk in. "Shit," Andrew said to himself. He got up from the stool and quickly walked into the restroom vestibule. He watched Donette through the glass panel of the door. "Is my order ready?" Donette asked the man behind the counter. "Perfect timing," the man replied as he went in the kitchen for the bag. "I'm running to the John. I'll be right back," Donette announced. Andrews heard Donette and watched him walking towards the restroom entrance. Andrew scurried into the men's room, but the stall was occupied. He darted back out into the vestibule and lunged for the women's room door. It was locked. Suddenly, the latch opened and an old woman with a cane exited. "Sorry, excuse me," Andrew said as he maneuvered around her before jumping in and closing the door. "The nerve of him," the old woman said as Donette walked into the vestibule. So rude, the old woman repeated. Donette paused, looked at the woman, and walked into the men's room. Andrews had his ear pressed against the inside of the women's room door, waiting for Donette to leave the men's room. Soon, the men's room door opened, followed by footsteps exiting into the vestibule. Andrews unlocked the women's room door and stepped out into the vestibule. He quietly walked to the vestibule door and peeked through the glass looking for Donette. The men's room door suddenly opened, catching Andrews by surprise. "Hey, Andrews! The hell are you doing here?" Donette asked, standing right behind him. "I was on my way into the city, so I decided to stop for some pie," Andrews replied, trying not to look so terrified. "They do have some great pie," Donette said. Donette continued, and began to tell Andrews about what Sergeant Nunez did in court yesterday. Andrews made eye contact with Donette and nodded his head as Donette spoke, but he didn't hear a word. "Shit, it was the fucking guy in the stall that left, not Donette," he said to himself as he realized he fucked up. "Well, what do you think about what Nunez did?" Donette asked. "He's a jerk. What do you expect?" Andrews replied, hoping his response made sense. "That's just what I thought when I heard about it," Donette said. "I'll see you when you get back from vacation. The guys are waiting for food. Gotta run," Donette said as he walked to the front counter. Andrews returned to his stool and asked the waitress for some hot coffee. He paid his check and walked out of the diner. He noticed that the street lights were on. "It's getting dark," he said to himself as he walked towards the Granada. He started the car and pulled out of the parking lot, heading towards Hudson Terrace. Andrews signaled a left and turned onto the park entrance road. The narrow road descended into darkness, with a view of the Hudson River on the right and overgrown foliage on the left. Andrews admired the massive steel beams that supported the George Washington Bridge as he looked up and viewed the structure from the road. He briefly forgot about the dismembered body in the trunk as he admired the giant structure that passed overhead. Andrews slowly made his way around the concrete barriers in the darkness and headed towards the boat launch ramp. He backed his vehicle up to the man-made stone wall overlooking the breakers of the Hudson. He turned the car off and sat as he cautiously surveyed the area for movement. After a few minutes, he exited the car and opened the trunk. He lifted the 3 gym bags out of the trunk and carried them to the stone wall overlooking the water's edge. Crouching down alongside the bags, Andrews again looked for movement. When it was safe, he unzipped the 3 bags and gathered a few large stones from the wall to weigh the bags down. Andrews reached for the lightest bag first, picking it up by the nylon handles. He held the bag just over the wall and started to swing it. 1, 2, 3, he said to himself just before tossing the bag as far away from the wall as he could. Andrews lost sight of the bag as it left his hand, but he heard it hit the choppy water of the Hudson River. He used a pocket flashlight to scan the water for the bag, and smiled when it was nowhere to be found. The bag had been quickly swallowed up by the murky Hudson River as Andrews now reached for bag number 2. "Here it goes," Andrews said to himself as he tossed the second bag into the Hudson. Andrews needed to use both hands to lift the third bag. He held it up close to his body as he struggled to walk with it to the water's edge. He strained as he tried to swing the heavy bag. 1, 2, 3! Andrews heaved as he heard the nylon bag make a ripping noise as it cleared the top of the stone wall and fell towards the water. Andrews watched as he heard the bag hit the water. He pulled a flashlight out of his pants pocket and aimed the beam of light in the direction of the splash. Those large rocks should have taken the bag right down, he thought to himself as he continued to scan the water with the light. Something did catch Andrew's attention. What the hell is that? He said to himself as he turned the flashlight towards the floating object. Oh no, he said in a muffled voice. Beads of sweat dripped down his face, and his heart raced as he observed a severed hand bobbing up and down in the choppy water. Shit! It must have come out of the bag when it ripped, he thought as he started to panic. I can't let them find it, he thought to himself as he contemplated jumping into the rough water to retrieve it. Instead, he just stood there staring at it. He began stomping his feet like a child. No! He whined, clenching his fist, striking the sides of his thighs out of frustration. He walked back to the car, entered the driver's seat, and began bashing his forehead on the steering wheel until it was red and swollen. After a few moments, he started the car and drove back towards the road. He exited the park back up the winding road in the darkness, turning onto Hudson Terrace. He drove north on the Palisades Parkway, occasionally rubbing the bump on his forehead and thinking about the hand. I'm sure it will eventually sink. Definitely before daylight, he said to himself as he tried to relax. 30 minutes later, Andrews pulled into his driveway on Twin Avenue. As he exited the car, he noticed a light on in Markovitz's window, which went out suddenly as Andrews closed his car door. So, Markovitz is watching me now, he thought as he went inside his apartment. Andrews tossed his dirty clothes on the floor and walked towards the shower. No matter how much he tried, he could not shake the vision of the floating hand, now embedded in his mind. Andrews lay down in bed and tried to relax. He made a fist with his right hand and screamed, "Stupid!" as he punched himself in the face with as much force as he could muster. He repeated the attack on himself 2 more times until his right eye began to close from the swelling. He walked to the bathroom and flushed cold water in his eye as he cried out of frustration. His eye throbbed and tears appeared until he eventually fell asleep. The next morning, Andrews looked in the bathroom mirror and was surprised to see that his right eye was discolored and swollen, along with a lump on his forehead. After inspecting his wounds, he recalled the events of the previous night. Maybe I should go back to the park and look for the hand, he thought to himself. Without any logical forethought, Andrews got dressed and jumped into the Granada. Anticipation made him drive faster as he proceeded south on the Palisades Parkway. He exited at Fort Lee and raced down Hudson Terrace towards the park entrance. He drove down the park entrance drive, which was not as impressive during the day as it was the night before. Andrews was caught off guard to see people jogging and riding bikes on the road. He felt a little anxious as he reached the base of the road that led to the park. 2 stray dogs were playing where he parked his car the night before. The dogs seemed not to be too fazed by Andrews' presence. Upon exiting the car, Andrews realized that the dogs were not playing. They were fighting. Cautiously, he looked over the hood of his car, staying a safe distance away. Andrews got a sick feeling in his stomach and became enraged when he noticed the dogs were fighting over a bloody foot. The foot was partially chewed, resting in the tall grass. Andrews opened his trunk, grabbed a tire iron, and came at the dogs like a man possessed, screaming as he swung the tire iron overhead. The dogs retreated and watched Andrews pick up the bloody foot and carried it to the trunk. It must have fallen out of the bag as well, he thought, as he tossed the foot in the trunk and closed the lid. The dogs cautiously approached the area again and began to lick the blood from the grass. He waited patiently for the dogs to leave before he exited the car and walked towards the water's edge. No hand. It must have sank, he said to himself as he continued to survey the Hudson. Upon returning to his car, he realized that he had gotten some blood on his hands. This was a reminder about the mangled foot now in his trunk. Maybe some coffee will make me feel better, he thought to himself, as he drove the Granada back up the road towards Hudson Terrace and heard the foot banging around in the trunk with every turn. I think I'll have breakfast as well, he said. He decided to drive closer to home before stopping to eat. He exited the Palisades Parkway in Orangeburg, New York, and drove north on Route 303. The road was clear of traffic as Andrews made his way towards a diner. He slowed as he approached the red light at the intersection and came to a stop. Andrews glanced in his rearview mirror as a small blue Toyota pulled up behind him. Nancy! Oh my God, it's Nancy! He said to himself as he smiled in the rearview mirror. When the light turned green, Andrews proceeded slowly as he watched her in the rearview mirror. He tried to get her attention by waving her around, but she sounded her horn in frustration. I guess I'll just go slower, he thought, then she'll pass me. Andrews noticed that she had put her turn signal on to make a left at the next intersection. I'll just turn left as well, he thought. He turned left and watched as she followed. Andrews pulled over and sounded his horn as she drove by. Damn, he said as she accelerated past him. Andrews pulled away from the curb and followed behind her, flashing his high beams. Suddenly, a male figure sat up in the passenger seat of her car. He swiveled around, giving Andrews the middle finger as he shouted obscenities. Andrews was startled. What the fuck is this? And who the hell is that with Nancy? Andrews pulled up to the passenger side of the blue Toyota as the passenger lowered the window. Hey, shit for brains! What's your problem? The man yelled from the passenger seat. Andrews ignored the man, still trying to get Nancy's attention. Andrews accelerated just enough to get a good view of the driver. Nancy! Nancy! He called out to the driver. The female turned her head, looking directly at Andrews. Get lost, creep! She screamed. That's not Nancy, Andrews said to himself as the male passenger threw an object from his car, striking Andrews in the head. The passenger then laughed and shouted, Asshole! Giving Andrews the finger while displaying an unusual green watch on his right wrist. New York registration WFD 6785, Andrews said as he wrote down the plate number of the blue Toyota. The Toyota then continued through a red light and screeched around the corner, almost striking an oncoming car. Just look at those two bastards, Andrews said to himself as he tucked the license plate information into his jacket pocket. Andrews drove to the diner, had lunch, and made a phone call to the station. Port Authority Police, Officer Donette speaking. Andrews here. Do you miss me yet? He asked Donette. Of course, Donette replied. How's vacation treating you? Great. Just getting a little R&R, Andrews replied. I need you to run a plate for me, he said. No problem. Give it to me, Donette said. New York registration, Whiskey Foxtrot Delta 6785. It should come back to a blue Toyota, Andrews said. You know you're on vacation, Donette reminded him. I know. It's not what you think. She was hot, Andrews explained. Okay, I heard enough. It's coming up now. The owner is a guy, Joe McQuaid, 14 East Main Street, Middletown, New York, second floor apartment. Donette confirmed. Thanks. I'll see you in a week, Andrews said as he hung up the phone. Andrews took the side streets back to his apartment in Spring Valley. He was reminded with every turn that the bloody foot in the trunk was his priority. He backed into the driveway at the apartment and parked near the garage. He stared up at the house, looking for movement from Markovitz's window. I can't trust that bastard, he said to himself as he continued to look for Markovitz. He exited the car and walked towards the garage door, pulling it up and ducking inside. After a couple of minutes, he returned with a few heavy-duty black plastic trash bags. He opened the trunk and grabbed the severed foot by the big toe. The ankle bone had been mauled by the dogs, and 2 of the toes were missing. I'm sure the toes were torn off during the dog's little tug-of-war game, Andrews thought. He placed the foot inside one of the plastic bags and wrapped it up in another. He continued to keep an eye out for Markovitz as he worked from the security of the trunk lid. He completed the process by wrapping duct tape around the bags, making it secure. He closed the trunk and brought the package back to his apartment. Andrews opened his mini-fridge and jammed the package inside the small freezer section on the top. That should do it, he said, placing his hands on his hips. Andrews spent the remainder of the day running errands. He carried a nylon bag filled with dirty clothes from his car to the laundromat door. As he opened the front door, a wave of heat and humidity took his breath away. Jesus Christ! It's like a furnace in here, he thought as he walked towards the machines. The room was long and narrow, with machines on both sides of the wall. The flooring was old and discolored. Dryer lint formed around the room's baseboard molding. Old paper ads were partially torn down. Scotch tape remnants zigzagged across the wall in a mosaic of waste. The big commercial machines hummed as running water filled the basins. Popping and clicking noises sounded as the machines changed cycles, and a few Spanish-speaking women folded laundry on the large table in the back. The warm air and the hypnotic movement of the dryers made Andrews drowsy. It wasn't long before he dozed off on the wooden bench.
Let's throw the frisbee,
Nancy said to Andrews as they sat on a blanket in the park. Nancy was wearing pink shorts, a white cotton top, and sneakers. "Sounds good," Andrews replied. She picked up a bright orange frisbee that sat in the tall grass. "Move back," she shouted as she let it fly. The frisbee caught the wind and sailed over Andrews' head. "Great throw," he called out as he tried to chase it down before it hit the ground. After a few minutes of catch, Nancy ran towards Andrews. "Let's try something new," she said as she took the orange frisbee out of his hand. She walked over to a large oak tree and threw the frisbee as high as she could into the top of the tree's massive branches. The orange frisbee disappeared into a sea of green leaves that covered the sky. "It's gone," he said as he stared up at the leaves. "It's not gone. It's there, somewhere among the leaves. Take my hand," she said as she reached out, extending her arm in Andrews' direction. Andrews took Nancy's hand. "Now, place your arm around the tree and take my other hand," she said to Andrews. They were now holding hands, facing each other as they circled the tree. "Our love is stronger than this tree. If you want me, just wish it," she told Andrews as she smiled to him from around the tree. Andrews closed his eyes and wished they were together. Suddenly, Nancy laughed and laughed as Andrews opened his eyes. "Look up!" she shouted. "Look up!" All at once, millions of green leaves turned into green frisbees and were starting to fall from the branches. Andrews tried to pull away as the frisbees came down. "No, no! Don't let go!" she shouted as she held tightly onto Andrews' hands. The frisbees continued to fall from the sky in waves of green and piled up on the ground, leaving them knee-deep in plastic discs. "I think it's over," Andrews said. "Just one left," Nancy replied, looking up at the bright orange frisbee still hanging on to a thin branch. Suddenly, the orange frisbee broke free and fluttered down to the ground. As the orange frisbee hit the ground, the large oak tree disappeared, leaving them locked in a warm embrace. They both leaned in until their lips met in a kiss. The dryer buzzer sounded, causing Andrews to wake. He looked around and saw the same Spanish women folding clothes in the back, as the large machines continued to hum. He rubbed his eyes and wiped some drool from his mouth. He was back, and Nancy was gone. The next morning, Andrews got up early and took a drive to Middletown, New York. "Here it is, 14 East Main Street," Andrews said to himself as he slowly drove past the 2-story brick building. The apartment seemed to be located above a pizzeria on the second floor. The general area was made up of low-income apartments, situated over mom-and-pop type businesses. Cars were parked up and down along the street, so Andrews drove around hoping to find the blue Toyota. "Bingo," he said to himself, after finding the blue Toyota a block away from the apartment door. Andrews parked near the apartment entrance, hoping to spot Joe McQuaid leaving his building. "First, I'll get some coffee," he said as he walked towards a bakery just 2 doors down. The full-length glass bakery windows displayed cakes, pastries, and other calorie-rich delights. Andrews pulled the large chrome door handle and stepped inside. The sound of cowbells announced his arrival as he walked towards the counter. The welcoming aroma of freshly baked breads and pastries was heavenly. Hints of sawdust covered the old wood floor, and the counter help wore white aprons. Andrews was contemplating a pastry when the cowbells caught his attention. He turned towards the door and was caught off guard when Joe McQuaid entered. He was wearing a navy blue sweatshirt, jeans, and his green watch. McQuaid stood directly behind Andrews as they waited to get to the counter. Andrews looked down, catching a glimpse of McQuaid behind him, and the green watch dangled on his wrist. "Next," the counter person called out. The woman in front of Andrews stepped up to the counter and placed her order, leaving Andrews next. "I can't chance it. He might recognize me," Andrews thought. Andrews looked at his watch, ran offline, and out the door, as if he was late for an appointment. Andrews peeked through the glass window, hoping to see McQuaid. "Yep, he's still online. He didn't suspect a thing," Andrews said to himself. Andrews quickly walked down East Main Street towards the Granada. On the way, he passed McQuaid's front door. He glanced left at the door just as Nancy walked out. Andrews quickly looked down and away as Nancy walked past him, heading towards the bakery. "Shit, that was close," Andrews said to himself. Andrews waited a moment, then turned around and followed Nancy. He watched as Nancy entered the bakery and joined McQuaid, who was sitting at a small table in the back, where they sipped coffee and shared a bagel. She does look like Nancy, Andrews thought to himself as he recalled moments of his past. Andrews waited outside, occasionally getting a whiff of the baked goods as customers came and went through the door. The smell kept reminding him of how hungry he was. Approximately 10 minutes later, they both got up from the table and walked toward the front door. Andrews crossed the street and watched from behind a parked car. McQuaid and Nancy exited the bakery and walked down toward the blue Toyota. Andrews ran down the street towards the Granada, fired it up, pulled out of the space, and watched. They both got in the Toyota with McQuaid at the wheel. Andrews followed at a safe distance as McQuaid repeatedly changed lanes without using his turn signal. I knew he was a piece of shit, Andrews said to himself as he made a mental note about McQuaid's driving. McQuaid turned into the Middletown Mall parking lot off Route 211 and pulled up to one of the entrances, letting Nancy out of the car. McQuaid then drove through the parking lot at a high rate of speed and returned to Route 211. Keeping up could draw his attention to me, Andrews thought as he tried to be inconspicuous. Andrews followed McQuaid to a lumber yard not far from the mall. He watched as McQuaid parked and walked towards the entrance doors holding an apron. He put the apron on over his head, tied it around the back, and walked in. From the entrance, Andrews observed McQuaid standing behind the counter with another employee. They both wore the same apron that read Middletown Lumber. He confirmed that the lumber yard closed at 3 p.m. Andrews sat in his car and planned for his interaction with Mr. McQuaid. Customers entered through the front door, but exited through the chain-link fence in the yard. After observing for 3 hours, the routine was consistent. In through the door, out through the fence. Suddenly, McQuaid exited the fence and began walking towards the deli on the corner. This is my chance, Andrews said to himself as he exited his car and walked toward the lumberyard entrance. Andrews observed one Hispanic male working behind the counter in the hardware department. He followed the exit sign out the back into the yard, where the bulk lumber was housed in a large barn-type structure. Andrews observed large table saws and other commercial-grade equipment prior to walking past the two black males doing stock work in the yard. He then walked past a large trash dumpster prior to reaching the chain-link fence. Andrews returned to his car just in time to see McQuaid leave the deli carrying a brown paper bag. Andrews got comfortable in the car as he waited for McQuaid to get out of work. He reclined his seat and put the car radio on. After a couple of hours, Andrews checked the clock on the dash. Almost 3 o'clock, he said to himself. He readjusted his seat and turned off the radio. Andrews watched as customers started to leave through the gate. 5 more minutes, he thought. Andrews watched as the Hispanic male came to the front door and switched the door sign from open to closed. One of the black yard workers walked over to the chain-link fence and closed the gate. He remained at the gate until the last customer was out, before returning to the yard. 5 minutes later, the two black yard workers and the Hispanic male approached the gate with McQuaid following. The yard workers left together and walked towards an old pickup truck in the lot, as the Hispanic male and McQuaid spoke for a moment at the gate. "Now I'll see you. Don't forget you open tomorrow," the Hispanic male said to McQuaid as he walked out. McQuaid waved and closed the gate as he walked back into the yard. Andrews watched as McQuaid returned to the front counter. Without hesitation, Andrews jumped out of his car and ran towards the gate. It was closed, but not locked. Andrews swiftly opened the gate and sidestepped in before closing it. He cautiously surveyed the yard. He must still be in the office, Andrews said to himself as he crouched down alongside the office window and looked inside. McQuaid was behind the counter doing paperwork. Andrews picked up a 4-foot-long 2x4 and hid behind the office door. He stood motionless, almost holding his breath as he waited. Suddenly, Andrews heard the sound of footsteps coming towards the office door that led to the yard. His palms were sweaty as he gripped the 2x4 firmly. The door opened. Andrews' body tensed, getting ready to react. Just as McQuaid stepped through the door, Andrews was already in mid-swing. Bonk! The 2x4 struck McQuaid cleanly across the side of the head. His knees buckled, and he dropped to the concrete floor. Andrews dragged McQuaid's lifeless body over toward the large saw table. He struggled to lift him, but eventually hoisted him onto the table, where he tied him down spread eagle. Andrews walked over toward the gate and cautiously surveyed the parking lot before exiting. He casually walked to the Granada, removed a plastic bag, and a wooden box from the trunk. Then he returned to the gate, went in, and closed it. McQuaid started to come to, just as Andrews returned. Well, well, Mr. McQuaid, we meet again, Andrews said with a smile. Who are you? McQuaid asked with a confused look on his face. Surely you remember throwing something at me from your girlfriend's car? Andrews responded. McQuaid's face turned red as he fumbled for a reasonable response. I wasn't trying to hurt you. My girlfriend was scared, McQuaid replied in a sympathetic tone. Okay, now that we have that squared away, let's get to work, Andrews said as he pulled a roll of duct tape out of the plastic bag. What are you going to do? McQuaid asked with urgency in his voice. Just a little preparation work, that's all, Andrews replied as he started to wrap duct tape around McQuaid's head. Then Andrews pulled his black robe out of the bag and put it on. Mr. McQuaid, I'm the Twin Avenue traffic court judge, and we are going to have a trial today, Andrews announced, placing his hands on his hips, striking a Superman pose. The Twin Avenue traffic court judge? What the fuck are you talking about? What is this, some sort of joke? McQuaid said in defiance. McQuaid's statement seemed to enrage Andrews as he questioned Andrews' self-imposed authority. Okay, Mr. McQuaid, you have been charged with reckless endangerment, to wit, throwing crap from your window, striking me in the fucking head. Next, displaying unapproved hand signals, to wit, your middle finger, which we will remove. Resolve, Andrews said with a chuckle. How do you plead? Andrews asked. How do I plead? Fuck you! That's how I plead, McQuaid responded in an angry voice. That's what I thought. Let the sentencing begin, Andrews announced, as he wrapped the gray duct tape around McQuaid's mouth. McQuaid made muffled noises through the tape as his eyes darted back and forth. That sounds like a guilty plea to me, Andrews said as he started to position McQuaid's middle finger on the table. Let's make sure we get this right, Andrews said as he extended McQuaid's middle finger and secured it to the table with duct tape. Andrews walked over to the power switch for the table saw and flipped it on. The large saw hummed as the overhead exhaust fan whirled. Andrews positioned the table like an X-ray technician. Ready? Here we go! Andrews announced like he was on a carnival ride. McQuaid's eyes bugged out as Andrews began to slide the table towards the large saw blade. The saw blade made a quick buzz sound as it cleanly severed McQuaid's middle finger, dropping it to the floor as blood spurted out of the severed joint. McQuaid's body bucked and convulsed as he screamed through the tape. Now, that wasn't bad, Andrews said in a nurturing voice. But let's not forget the other one. McQuaid started breathing heavy, his chest raised and tensed as Andrews maneuvered the table for the next cut. I guess you'll think twice before giving someone the middle finger again. Maybe you could give them a thumbs up instead. Andrews said as he laughed, looking like a deranged maniac. McQuaid tried reasoning with Andrews, but his pleas were mumbled and inaudible. I know you're sorry, but we can't forget the other little fucker, Andrews said as he duct-taped the other middle finger down. Andrews again positioned the saw and slid the table towards the blade. With one quick swipe, the machine effortlessly sent McQuaid's middle finger to the ground. Blood spouted from the joint looking like a cherry juice fountain as McQuaid's body continued to convulse. Andrews wrapped some rags around McQuaid's bloody hands. We shouldn't leave a mess for your coworkers to clean, Andrews said, trying to sound concerned. Let's get ready for the other violation, Andrews said. Andrews positioned himself behind the finger on the floor and lined it up as if he was about to try a field goal. Andrews kicked the finger across the room, causing it to strike a small metal trash can. Score! Andrews announced, throwing his hands up in the air as he danced in a circle. Andrews then picked up his homemade wooden box and brought it over to McQuaid to see. This box I made just for you, Andrews said as he opened it up like a book. It's a casket for your head, Andrews said, sounding proud as he displayed his invention. Let's just lift your head a little and position the box around it, Andrews said as he put the box behind McQuaid's head. McQuaid started crying, screaming no, no through the tape. It's all right. Look, I built a small door in the front. He opened the small 4x4 door by the wooden knob. See? It works fine, Andrews confirmed as he sympathetically looked at McQuaid. Andrews placed one hand on either side of the box and pushed them together. The box snapped closed around McQuaid's head. Muffled screams were heard from inside the box. Andrews grabbed the knob to the 4-inch door situated at McQuaid's face and opened it. McQuaid's eyes were popping out, and he began hyperventilating. This box reminds me of a cuckoo clock. Cuckoo! 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 Andrews said as he repeatedly opened and closed the door, smiling in McQuaid's terrified face. Here comes the fun part. I'm going to fill the box with dirt and close the door, Andrews said, looking at McQuaid through the small opening. Andrews got the bag and removed a small handheld gardening shovel. Let's get started, Andrews stated, and he drove the shovel into the bag of dirt and carefully removed some. He shoveled dirt into the box until it covered both sides of McQuaid's head up to his cheeks. Then, he added dirt to the top of the box until it covered his forehead. The entire box was filled with dirt, leaving only McQuaid's eyes, nose, and mouth visible. Andrews produced a 12-inch plastic tube from the bag, which was slightly wider than a drinking straw. He used a pen to make a hole in the duct tape in the middle of McQuaid's mouth. The sound of air being sucked in through the hole was evident, as McQuaid desperately fought for his life. Now it gets a little tricky, Andrews said as he threaded the plastic tube through a hole in the wooden door and then pushed it into McQuaid's mouth through the cut in the tape. Andrews secured the tube in McQuaid's mouth by putting duct tape around it, holding it in place. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. This sucks for you, but it's a must, Andrews said, laughing like a madman. He whistled as he began to cover what was left of McQuaid's face with dirt. Keep your eyes closed, Andrews sang as he continued to shovel dirt into the box. McQuaid's face was now completely covered with at least 5 inches of dirt. Night-night, Andrews said as he closed the 4-inch door. Andrews took a step back and admired his work. He watched as McQuaid's body trembled on the saw table. His bloody hands dangled as his wrists strained against the rough twine that bound him. The wooden box vibrated as McQuaid's head went into a spasm. Andrews put his ear to the plastic tube that protruded from the box and listened. The sound of air being sucked in the tube was consistently spasmodic, but McQuaid was still alive. Andrews walked towards a water cooler near the office door and filled a plastic cup. He returned to the saw table and leaned over the box that imprisoned McQuaid's head. Oh, you must be thirsty, Andrews said, pinching the plastic cup, forming a narrow spout. Andrews slowly poured some water into the tube and waited, then poured a little more. Suddenly, the water shot out of the tube. There she blows! Andrews laughed with excitement. Do it again! Do it again! Andrews repeated like a child as he poured more water in. This time, there was a sputter of water that tried to make it out, but instead, it just bobbed up and down in the tube. Aw, I think I broke it. Maybe he's just dead, Andrews said in a lackadaisical voice. Chapter 9. Only a couple of vacation days left, Andrews thought to himself. Maybe I'll take a drive to the old neighborhood in Nanuet, he thought. Andrews made his way through the middle-class neighborhood, trying to recall the homes of his childhood friends from the late 70s. He drove to the home he was raised in and parked in front at the curb. He daydreamed about learning how to ride a two-wheeler in the driveway. He remembered other events like kissing Nancy for the first time in his basement and throwing up on the living room couch after getting drunk. He also remembered his father beating him with a stick in the yard during one of his drunken rages. After that thought, Andrews pulled away from the curb. Then he drove towards Nancy's house and parked in front. The house looked the same. It didn't seem as if the new owners made any improvements. Andrews put the car in drive just as the front door of the home opened. He watched as an old woman made her way toward the mailbox at the end of the driveway. She turned her head, making eye contact with Andrews as he watched her from the driver's seat. Brad? Brad Andrews, is that you? The old woman asked. Andrews looked at the woman in amazement. Yes, he responded. Mrs. Carey? Andrews asked. Yes, Brad. It's been a long time, she answered as she walked up to his driver's window. Oh my God, let me see you, Mrs. Carey said. Andrews exited the car. Well, just look at you now, all grown up, Mrs. Carey said, and she reached for Brad's hand. Are you in a hurry? Do you want to come inside? She asked. Sure, Andrews replied. Andrews followed Mrs. Carey up the driveway and into the house. He stood motionless in the entranceway, as if he had gone back in time. Most of the furniture was the same. Go ahead, sit down, she said as she pointed to a gold couch with a green floral pattern. He sat, feeling as if he was in a museum, afraid to touch anything. So, how's Mr. Carey? Andrews asked. He passed away a few years ago. He had the cancer, she said as she frowned. Oh, sorry to hear that, Andrews replied. Andrews looked around and couldn't help but notice Nancy's wedding pictures to Mark Wendell in the brake front. So, how's Nancy? Andrews asked. Mrs. Carey paused. Oh, I thought you heard. She got divorced about a year ago, she replied. I hadn't heard, Andrews said as a surge of excitement shot through his body. So, what is she doing these days? Andrews asked as he moved toward the end of the couch, closer to her. She's in Warwick, New York, working as a marketing director for some big company, Mrs. Carey said proudly. It sure would be nice to see her, Andrews said, sounding almost pathetic. I'm going to speak with her tonight, Mrs. Carey said. Why don't you call me tomorrow? Sure, Andrews said with the excitement of a 10-year-old. 20 minutes later, Andrews said goodbye to Mrs. Carey and left with her phone number. He walked toward his car singing the words to Sweet Caroline. Now everything was right with the world again. Andrews stopped to get lunch at a neighborhood diner. He sat at the counter and ordered a burger deluxe with a soda. Here's your soda. You can look at the paper while you wait, the waitress said, as she tossed him the journal news. The front page of the paper caught his eye. Lumberyard murder in Middletown. He opened the paper and read the story. No clues, no suspects. Andrews closed the paper and moved it away, as he tapped his fingers nervously on the counter. Did you read about what happened in Middletown yesterday? The waitress asked Andrews, as she put the burger deluxe down on the counter. It's terrible. I hope they catch who did it, Andrews replied. It's a shame. A goddamn shame, the waitress said as she walked back to the kitchen. The thought of getting back together with Nancy overshadowed his concerns about the lumberyard incident. Andrews bit into the burger and daydreamed about seeing Nancy again. I really don't have anything nice to wear when I meet her, Andrews thought. After lunch, he drove to the Nanuet Mall and parked at Macy's. A few $100s later, Andrews left Macy's with 2 shopping bags filled with new clothes. He fantasized and planned out Nancy's return. Tomorrow was going to be a good day, he said to himself as he carried his bags to the car and tossed them in the back seat. Andrews returned to his apartment at dusk. He walked from the car to his apartment door, carrying his 2 Macy's bags. The thought of Markovitz watching him from the window didn't even cross his mind. He showered, laid down in bed, and thought of the new possibilities that could emerge from tomorrow's phone call. What would you like to do today? Andrews asked Nancy as he sipped his coffee at a sidewalk cafe a block from the beach. The sky was a cobalt blue. Pink linen napkins sat atop a green granite table as the warm ocean breeze teased their skin. Andrew stared into Nancy's beautiful blue eyes as she licked the frothy milk off the side of her cappuccino glass. The sunlight accented her freckles as she smiled at him and replied, Whatever you'd like to do is fine with me. They walked hand in hand on the beach as the waves gently crashed, sending crystal clear water over the sand and in between their toes. Suddenly, screams echoed throughout the beach. Thousands of unknown faces appeared, running and pushing each other in a massive panic. The excitement seemed to gravitate in Andrew's direction. Nancy stood just behind him for protection, looking around his shoulder at the mob coming their way. The crowd parted, giving birth to a screaming man. The man wore an apron that read, Middletown Lumber. His middle fingers were severed, and he ran towards Andrews with a wooden box on his head. Andrews, I'm going to kill you! The man screamed as he stared at Andrews through the small door built into the front of the box. Oh shit! It's McQuaid! Run, Nancy! Run! Andrews shouted. Quick! Get in the water! Andrews shouted as Nancy ran towards the water. Nancy watched as the man with the box on his head attacked Andrews.
Swim! Swim!
He shouted to Nancy. She frantically kicked and paddled as fast as she could. McQuaid overpowered Andrews and held him in a bear hug, forcing him to watch as Nancy floated around in the ocean.
I'm not going to kill you, Andrews, but my friend is going to kill Nancy.
McQuaid laughed as Andrews struggled to free himself. Andrews watched helplessly as 2 severed hands floated to the surface.
Get out! Get out of the water!
Andrews screamed to Nancy.
I can't!
She yelled. Moments later, a couple of arms, legs, and feet had surfaced as well. Within inches of Nancy's face, the head of the long-haired man popped out of the water.
Hey! Do you want a beer?
He asked her with a smile. She screamed and tried to move but was stuck. Her arms were being held down at her sides by the severed hands. Suddenly, the long-haired man's torso floated to the surface.
It's party time!
The head shouted.
Come on! Have a little drink!
He said to Nancy as he tried to force his mouth around hers. A stream of beer shot from the long-haired man's mouth into hers, causing her to choke. The severed hands now pulled her down under the water as the long-haired man continued his rant.
Party! Party! Party!
She continued to swallow beer and water until she gasped for her last breath. Andrews was now sitting on McQuaid's lap in the sand, like a helpless child. Andrews was forced to watch as McQuaid laughed in his ear through the opening in the box.
Bye-bye, Nancy,
McQuaid sang out as he threw Andrews off his lap, face down in the sand. I'm through with you, McQuaid said as he walked away. Andrews cried.
I lost her again,
he mumbled. He woke up and wiped the imaginary sand away from his face. His heart was still racing, and his shirt was damp from sweat.
It was just a dream. Just a fucking dream,
Andrews said as he tried to compose himself. Chapter 10. Andrew spent the morning thinking about the return of his love. I'll call Mrs. Carey around 11 a.m., he said to himself. That should be fine. He drove to the Nanuet Diner for a late breakfast. Andrews took a seat at the counter near the back window overlooking the parking lot. Would you like a menu? The waitress asked. I'll just have an order of pancakes and a coffee, Andrews replied. The waitress pushed the creamer and sugar closer to Andrews and filled the porcelain mug with coffee. Andrews looked at his watch. 10:20 a.m. Andrews' attention was suddenly drawn towards the entranceway. 2 men in white hospital jackets walked in and scanned the room. The spoon in Andrews' hand started to shake as he questioned the nature of their business. The 2 men sat at a small table and were handed menus. Andrews watched them cautiously as one of the men made eye contact with him. They're onto me, Andrews said to himself as he turned his head away from the men in the white coats. Andrews' heart started to race and his stomach felt queasy. He walked into the restroom and splashed some cold water in his face. Just then, the door opened and in walked one of the men in the white hospital jackets. Their eyes met in the mirror. Andrews lifted his head up from the sink. Andrews spun around and confronted the man. You're not going to take me today, Andrews announced, as he stood toe-to-toe with the man in the white jacket. Take you where? The man said with a puzzled look on his face. Just don't touch me, Andrews announced as he put his hands up to his chest and extended his palms facing out. Andrews cautiously walked past the man to exit the bathroom. The man stepped to the side, giving Andrews ample room to exit. Andrews quickly found the waitress. Check, please, he called out. She held the check out to him as he ran by, snatching it from her hand. Is anything wrong, sir? She asked as he ran past her toward the cashier. Andrews looked over his shoulder as the man with the white jacket exited the restroom. Keep the change, Andrews said as he threw a $10 bill on the counter and ran for the door. Oh shit, what time is it? He glanced at his watch. He ran towards the car as he rubbed his Lucky Rabbit's foot keychain between thumb and forefinger. It's after 11. It's after 11, he repeated to himself. His heart raced as he fumbled with the door lock. He swung the driver's door open, almost cracking himself in the knee as he awkwardly flopped into the driver's seat. He removed his new cell phone from his jacket pocket and placed it down on the seat next to him. He reached for his wallet and pulled a small piece of paper out of its crease.
Here it is, he said to himself as he unfolded the paper. Andrews reached for the cell phone and punched the numbers in. The phone rang several times. No answer. She must be out, he said to himself. His heart rate returned to normal as disappointment set in. A couple of hours later, at about 1:30 p.m., Andrews tried again. The phone rang and rang. Still, no answer. At 2:40 p.m., no answer. At 3:30 p.m., no answer. At 4:15 p.m., no answer. Where is that bitch? Andrew said as he clenched his fists around the steering wheel. His frustration began to boil over. She fucking knew I was going to call her today. She probably never even spoke with Nancy yesterday, he thought as he lost control. Andrew started the car and headed north on the Palisades Parkway in an attempt to forget about Mrs. Carey. Traffic was light as Andrews cruised along with his driver's window down. Without warning, a backup of cars started to form in the left lane. The right lane was moving slowly, and the left lane was now bottlenecked. Andrew's casual drive was causing his blood pressure to rise. There must be an accident up ahead, he thought to himself as he tried to look around the bend. Andrew's car was now approaching the crest of the road. He was able to look ahead as the road started a downward stretch. About 20 cars ahead, Andrews observed a new white BMW traveling in the left lane doing about 45 miles per hour. Andrews watched as cars frantically tried to get around the BMW in an attempt to get to the open road ahead. There's no accident, just a fucking asshole! Andrew said to himself as his temper began to rage. The driver of the BMW continued to keep drivers hostage behind him as they tried desperately to get past. After what seemed like an eternity, Andrews was now only one car behind the BMW. Andrews waited for one more car, then merged into the right lane. Finally, he was free of the BMW. Andrews looked left at the driver of the BMW as he passed. The driver was a young black male with short hair. He wore a bright red baseball cap and thick-rimmed gold sunglasses. Loud music blared from the car's interior as the driver sat reclined in his seat. The conga line of cars behind the BMW continued to follow their captor. An occasional horn would sound out of desperation, but was quickly drowned out by the ear-splitting music. Hey, shit for brains! Andrew screamed from his open window. The driver of the BMW didn't respond, but his eyes certainly did. Andrews observed the man's eyes pivot right out of the corner of his glasses, then back. Andrews dropped back in the right lane, allowing others to get around him. Without warning, the driver swerved right and exited the Palisades Parkway at exit 13. Andrews followed as the driver headed towards Haverstraw on Route 202. The BMW pulled off the road and parked between two homes that were situated close to the road. Andrews passed the house and pulled over a few houses down. He watched as two black males wearing jeans and t-shirts walked over to the male in the red hat. Immediately, the man in the red hat started yelling. He took a menacing stance as he pointed his finger in the men's faces. The two men hung their heads, but kept eye contact in fear of an attack. The man in the red hat stepped in closer, now provoking the two into a confrontation. The two men stood their ground, but didn't advance. The man in the red hat then threw an object on the ground at their feet. They didn't move, but watched, as the man in the red hat got back in his car. As he backed out of the driveway, one of the two men picked the item up off the ground and stuffed it in his pants pocket. The man in the red hat continued down Route 202 towards 9W before turning north at the intersection. Andrews followed the man in the red hat as he drove the BMW to a neighborhood bar parking lot. Andrews positioned his car on the other side of the lot where he had an unobstructed view and watched as the man parked his car and walked in around the back. It was nearing dusk. Soon the parking lot lights flickered on. An hour later, Andrews exited the car, stretched, and glanced at his watch. Almost 7, he said to himself. Shit! I forgot to call Mrs. Carey back, he thought. He got back in the car and redialed Mrs. Carey on his cell phone. Just like Pavlov's dog starting to drool at the bell, Andrew's heart began to race as he heard the ringing phone. Hello? Mrs. Carey said into the receiver. Hi, it's Brad Andrews, he answered, trying to control his excitement. Oh, hello, Brad. Nice of you to call me, Mrs. Carey said. Did you speak with Nancy last night? Andrews asked as his palms started to sweat. I did, Brad. I told her how I spoke with you yesterday, Mrs. Carey said. What did she say? Andrews asked, almost holding his breath awaiting her response. Well, she was busy, working on a big project. We didn't have a lot of time to talk. Why don't you call me again in a couple of days? Mrs. Carey said. Sure, no problem, Andrews replied. Bye, Brad, Mrs. Carey said. Bye, Andrews replied sadly. He sat in silence as he was overcome by disappointment. I guess it's good news. She didn't say anything negative, he thought, trying to look on the bright side. I'm sure Nancy was just as surprised as I was, he tried to convince himself. Just then, the man in the red hat exited the bar. The well-lit parking lot made it easy for Andrews to track his movement, as he seemed to stagger towards his car. He was certainly unsteady on his feet, and he misjudged the curb, almost taking a spill. Andrews watched as the man with the red hat got into the white BMW and drove towards the exit. Andrews followed as the man had trouble keeping the BMW in lane. After about a mile, the BMW turned off the main road. He proceeded down a dark back street with Andrews close behind him. Andrews watched as the BMW got too close to the shoulder, causing it to slide down into a ditch. Andrews pulled over and watched as the man in the red hat exited the BMW and staggered around to the back, where he lost his footing. Shit! He screamed as he tried getting up out of the mud. Andrews had already exited his car and was watching from the road. Do you need a hand? Andrews asked. Ain't this some shit? This fucking hole came out of nowhere, swallowed my fucking car up, the man in the red hat said. Andrews reached down and offered the man a hand. Don't forget your hat, Andrews said, as he noticed it in the mud. This is bullshit! The town's gonna pay for my shit! The man slurred. The man's speech was labored, and his eyes were bloodshot. How we gonna get my shit back on the road? The man asked, as he looked at Andrews. I have a chain in my trunk. Help me get it. Andrews replied as he led the way back to his car. The man followed behind him. Do you have far to drive? Andrews asked as he put the key in the trunk lock. Don't worry about that shit! Just get your chain! The man snapped. Andrews opened the trunk and stepped to the side. It's towards the back. Reach in, Andrews told the man. I can't see a thing in this motherfucker, the man replied. Andrews subtly removed the blackjack from his back pocket and waited for the man to lean forward. In a blink, Andrews swung the leather-covered metal blackjack, striking the man in the back of the head. The blow to the head instantly buckled his knees, dropping him face first into the large trunk. Andrews looked around, grabbed the duct tape, secured his hands, and covered his mouth. Andrews slammed the trunk lid closed and jumped into the driver's seat. Next stop, Twin Avenue Traffic Court, Andrews announced as he hit the gas. Chapter 11. Andrews backed the car into the driveway on Twin Avenue and pulled up to the garage doors. He sat in the driver's seat for a moment, wondering if Markovitz was going to appear at the window. He exited the car and quietly opened one of the garage doors. He returned to the car and opened the trunk. The man with the red hat was groggy, but conscious. Let's go, sir. You don't want to be late for court, Andrews said as he pulled the man out of the trunk and dropped him on the gravel path. Andrews looked towards Markovitz's window. Then he fixed the man's red hat and dragged him into the garage, closing the door. After securing the man in the chair, Andrews went through his pockets. My, what do we have here? Andrews said as he pulled a plastic bag of pills out of the man's front right pants pocket and a wad of cash out of the left pocket. Why would you bring narcotics to court? Andrews asked the man in a condescending voice. The man mumbled his reply through the tape. It's getting late, and I do have work in the morning. Let's begin, Andrews stated as he flicked the brim of the man's red hat with his index finger. Andrews climbed up behind the desk and donned the black judge's robe. Welcome to the Twin Avenue Court, Andrews announced as he sat down in the chair behind the old wooden desk. You have been charged with failure to keep right while riding north on the Palisades Parkway. Or, to put it in layman's terms, you're a selfish piece of shit. In addition, you will be charged with possession of a controlled substance with intent to sell. In other words, you're low-life drug-dealing scum, Andrews announced as he climbed down from behind the desk. He removed the duct tape from the man's mouth. Do you have anything to say? Andrews asked. Yeah, I got something to say. I'm gonna kill you when I get out of this, motherfucker. Do you know who I am? The man asked. Yes, I know exactly who you are. You're the scum of the earth, Andrews said with a smile as he pushed his face into the brim of the man's hat. Andrews walked over to the workbench and retrieved a roll of duct tape. "You're one of them crazy white boys, aren't you? You want money? I got a lot of money. How much you want?" the man asked with desperation in his voice. "Keep your fucking money," Andrews replied as he wrapped the duct tape around the man's head, covering his mouth. "I figured you'd screwed enough people today, so I'm going to screw you," Andrews said. "I got this brand new DeWalt drill that I've been dying to use," Andrews said as he walked over to the workbench and displayed it for the man to see. Let's see. I'm going to need some screws. I'm guessing from a 1/4 inch up to 2 inches should do it," Andrews said out loud as he rummaged through the assortment of screws. He grabbed a long 2x4 that was leaning in the corner of the garage as he wheeled the workbench over to the man in the chair. Andrews stood behind the man in the chair and placed one end of the 2x4 on the ground and positioned it against the back of the chair. As he reached for some screws, he whistled the tune, "Whistle While You Work." The man frantically twisted his head around in an attempt to watch what Andrews was doing. No peeking," Andrews said playfully as he pushed the visor of the red hat down over his eyes. Andrews started to fasten the 2x4 to the back of the chair, ignoring the man's muffled screams. The sound of the drill drowned out the man's pleas as Andrews drove the thick wood screws through the 2x4 into the back of the chair. He put the drill down, stepped back, and looked. Andrews had one hand on his hip and the other on his chin as he evaluated his work. The 2x4 was now firmly attached to the back of the chair, with one end on the floor and the other just over the man's head. "That will work just fine," Andrews stated with confidence. He picked up the roll of duct tape and stood in front of the man's chair. Andrews removed the hat from his head and looked into his terrified, bloodshot eyes. "Today is Community Payback Day," Andrews announced with a smile. Andrews applied some duct tape to the front of the man's head. Then he pushed his head back flush against the 2x4 and wrapped the tape around and around as he held his head in place. "Are you ready to get screwed?" Andrews asked as he tilted his head with a smile. Andrews picked up a 1/4 inch screw from the workbench and set it into the Phillips head bit on the drill. "Oh, I almost forgot," Andrews said as he put the drill down. "We need some music." Andrews selected a cassette from the tabletop and inserted it into the boombox that was plugged in at the wall. "I hope you like opera. This is one of my favorites, La Notte di Figaro. I'm sure you'll like it." He hit the play button and stood motionless, like a conductor ready to lead his orchestra. As the music played, Andrews conducted, using his index finger as a baton. After a few moments, Andrews reached for the drill and reset the screw on the Phillips bit. He stood behind the chair and positioned the tip of the 1/4 inch screw at the base of the man's skull. "Whew, this is going to hurt a lot," Andrews announced as he slowly applied pressure to the drill trigger. The screw tore the man's skin, twisting as it reached his scalp. The man screamed and bucked in the chair as deep red blood rushed to the surface. Andrews continued to sing opera as sweat ran down the man's cheek. "Come on, that wasn't that bad," Andrews said as the man started to hyperventilate in the chair. Andrews paused for a moment, tilted his head upward, and closed his eyes. "I just love this song," Andrews said as he went to get another screw from the workbench. He picked a 1/2 inch screw from the table and set it on the drill bit. Andrews positioned himself directly in front of the man. The man looked at Andrews with tears coming from his bloodshot eyes and snot dripping down from his nose. Andrews positioned the tip of the screw just to the right of the man's forehead. The man continued to hyperventilate as he tried shaking free of the chair. Andrews put his body behind the force of the drill and squeezed the trigger. Blood spouted out as the man closed his eyes and violently shook his head. Andrews stepped back as the man opened his eyes. "How does it feel to get screwed?" Andrews asked. The man appeared to be getting drowsy and was slipping in and out of consciousness. "Let's use the 1 inch," Andrews said as he adjusted the drill for more torque. Andrews stood in front of the man and set the tip of the screw just to the left of his forehead. The additional torque setting allowed the screw to effortlessly rip through the man's skull. His eyelids fluttered as his body went limp, and blood trickled from his nose. Andrews peeled the duct tape off his mouth as a white foamy drool seeped onto the floor. The man's body was virtually lifeless, except for an occasional eye twitch. "Let's finish the job with the 2-inch screw," Andrews said as he positioned himself at the man's temple. He He set the drill at the highest torque level before positioning the tip of the screw at the man's temple. The screw penetrated the man's temple like it was going through hamburger. Surprisingly, very little blood came from the new hole. The twitching stopped as the man's body went limp.
Well, looks like we're done.
Andrew said as he began cutting the man's restraints. After cutting the head and arm restraints, the man's body hung forward in the chair like a rag doll. One push from the chair, and the man landed head first on the floor.
It's a good thing I had the tarp down,
Andrews thought to himself.
Who needs to clean blood at this hour of the night?
Andrew spent the next 30 minutes or so securing the man's body in the tarp. He opened the garage door and looked out into the darkness.
No lights on in Markovitz's place,
he said as he dragged the body towards the trunk. Andrew struggled with the body's dead weight as he positioned it on top of the bumper. One more good push, and the body dropped into the open trunk. Something suddenly drew Andrew's attention to Markovitz's window. In a split second, Andrews looked up and saw a slight movement.
The fucking drapes moved,
Andrews said to himself.
That bastard's watching me. I can't take a chance with him anymore. That fucker has to go.
Andrews started the Granada and drove to the Palisades Parkway going north. The night sky was black, except for the beam of light coming from the Granada's headlights. Trees and dense brush lined the road as Andrews exited the Harriman State Park 30 minutes later. The road to the park was seldom used at night, and should make for an easy dump site, Andrews thought. He found a wide shoulder and pulled over, snuggling his car up against a tree. He shut the car off and quickly exited as he raced around to the back of the car. Andrews reached into the trunk, frantically grabbing at the tarp in the darkness. He slid the body out across the trunk latch, which caused the tarp to rip. With his adrenaline pumping, Andrews flipped the body clear of the trunk. The body hit the ground with a thud as Andrews slammed the trunk closed. He jumped back in the driver's seat, started the Granada, and got on the road. Andrews nervously looked ahead for oncoming headlights.
I don't need any surprises,
he thought to himself as he focused on the road.
I can't believe I gotta work in the morning.
What a shit vacation this was, Andrews said to himself. Chapter 12. It was 6:45 a.m. Andrews attended Sergeant Nunez's roll call. Nunez read the daily messages and bulletins and announced the officers' post assignments. After roll call, Donette walked over to Andrews.
Hey, buddy, how was vacation?
Donette asked, holding his duct-taped briefcase.
Rather uneventful,
Andrews responded. Maybe we'll catch up later, Donette said as he walked towards the parking lot.
Sounds good,
Andrews replied. Andrews turned around as Officer Barnes approached.
Hey, knucklehead, you back from vacation?
Officer Barnes asked, with his usual sarcasm.
I missed you too,
Andrews replied. Andrews started his tour in the usual way. Coffee and a cold bagel with cream cheese from Sal's Bagel Shop. He pulled down a quiet side street and ate his breakfast in the car. The world seemed to slow down for a moment as he thought about making contact with Nancy.
It's been a couple of days since I last spoke with Mrs. Carey. Maybe I'll call her today,
Andrews thought. Andrews spent his first day back to work on autopilot. He couldn't focus on his work, nor could he have a conversation without daydreaming about contacting Nancy. Are you listening to me? You've been gone for 2 weeks. We got a lot to cover here, Donette said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't told you yet,
Andrews answered with a coy smile.
What? What is it?
Donette asked with anticipation of good news.
I ran into my ex's mother last week. She told me that Nancy got divorced,
Andrews said.
You're shitting me. The guy she married from Buffalo?
Donette bellowed.
Yep.
He smiled like the cat who ate the canary.
When are you going to see her?
Donette asked with wide eyes.
I'm working on that now.
Soon. Real soon, Andrews answered. Andrews waited to call Mrs. Carey from the car on his ride home. At 3 p.m., all the day tour officers returned to the station and handed their keys off to the next shift. Andrews tossed his keys to the incoming officer and tried to control his excitement by not running to the locker room like a 7-year-old. Instead, he walked as fast as he could without breaking into a jog. On his way, he passed Barnes, who was lugging his briefcase and walking like he was on death row.
Hey, Andrews! What's your hurry? Did you get your period? Ha!
Barnes shouted, making himself laugh. Andrews kept up his pace and reached the locker room door, 20 steps in front of Barnes. Andrews entered the door combo and ran in. The door slammed closed just as Barnes reached for the handle. Hey, thanks for holding the door for me, asshole! Barnes screamed at Andrews through the closed steel door. Andrews kept moving and responded with a ha ha for Barnes to hear. Andrews reached his locker and made a quick change. He was about to slam his locker closed and run for the exit door, but his obsessive-compulsive nature forced him to straighten his uniform properly on its hanger first. Once in the car, he positioned his cell phone on the passenger seat. He waited until he reached the Palisades Parkway before he dialed Mrs. Carey's number. As the phone rang, Andrew's heart began to race.
Hello?
Mrs. Carey answered. No, it's Brad Andrews, ma'am.
Oh, hello, Brad. I spoke with Nancy the other day. She was excited to hear from you,
Mrs. Carey said.
That's great.
When is she free? I mean, can you give me her number? Andrews asked, trying to stay in control.
She has an unlisted number. She would feel more comfortable if you would call me,
Mrs. Carey replied. All right. Can you ask her if she would call me? Andrews asked.
All right, I can do that. But I have to hang up. I have something on the stove,
Mrs. Carey replied as she ended the call suddenly. That was a little strange. Maybe I should take a drive past her house, Andrews thought. Within 10 minutes of the call, Andrews was approaching the development where Mrs. Carey lived. He turned the corner just in time to see her garage door open. Andrews pulled to the curb and watched as a dark blue Ford Taurus slowly backed out of Mrs. Carey's garage. Andrews slid down in the seat. The Taurus drove past, turning at the corner. I wonder where she's going, Andrews thought as he pulled away from the curb, making a U-turn. Andrews followed as Mrs. Carey drove through the development, down one street and up another. Within 2 miles of her home, she had reached her destination, on Chimney Ridge Road. She parked her car on the street and walked up the driveway to a well-kept high ranch. Andrews watched from his car as she walked along a path leading to a private side entrance and entered. Andrews got out and took a closer look around the entrance path and observed a freestanding black metal pole which displayed a hand-carved wooden sign. It read, Dr. Stephen York, psychiatrist. Maybe she's having issues concerning the loss of her husband, Andrews thought. Andrews returned to his car and headed home. Why wouldn't she want me to have her phone number? This whole thing feels weird, Andrews thought to himself. Andrews turned on his car radio. A man walking his dog along the bike path yesterday at West 38th Street got a surprise, the 1010 Winds newscaster announced. He found a severed hand floating in the Hudson River. The police are currently investigating the incident, the newscaster announced. Andrews switched off the radio and began to shake. His face got flushed and his pulse quickened. Oh, fuck! He screamed out as he slammed his open palm down on the steering wheel. Andrews' mind raced with nervous intensity. What do I do now? He thought. I must tighten all my loose ends, he said to himself. He pulled into his driveway and looked up at Markovitz's window as the drapes again suddenly moved. Markovitz. He's a fucking loose end for sure, Andrews said to himself. Andrews walked to the front entrance and lightly knocked on the door. There was no answer. Andrews turned the handle, and the front door opened. He looked around for witnesses before walking inside and closing the door behind him. Andrews walked over to the stairs. Mr. Markovitz, it's Brad Andrews. Are you home? Andrews called out. Who's there? Markovitz called out with a twinge of panic in his voice. It's me, Brad Andrews. Are you alone? Can we talk? He called up to Markovitz. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you knock. I was taking a nap, Markovitz answered as he rubbed his face and squinted his eyes. That's fine, Andrews replied as he began to walk up the stairs. Sleeping my ass. He was just watching me again from the window. Andrews thought to himself as he smiled at Markovitz. You didn't have to come up, I would have come down, Markovitz said. Oh, don't worry. You are going down, Andrews stated as he pushed Markovitz from behind with both hands, sending him down the stairs head first. Markovitz's head hit first, then his arms and legs flailed out of control, banging off the wall and steel banister. He landed at the bottom of the steps in a heap, with his head turned partially around. Oh, that's one loose end taken care of, Andrews said as he nodded his head in the affirmative, while folding his arms at his chest. Andrews looked around in a couple of the rooms before reaching Markovitz's bedroom. Andrews got a sick feeling in his gut as he stood in the doorway to Markovitz's bedroom. He was drawn to a humming noise that came from the dresser. The color drained from Andrew's face as he observed a white plastic oscillating fan spanning the room. The fan went back and forth, stopping at Markovitz's bedroom window, where it gently blew the drapes. I think I just killed an innocent man, Andrew said to himself as he hung his head in despair. Chapter 13. Several days passed and Markovitz's body remained at the bottom of the stairs. Andrews got an eerie feeling as he pulled out of the driveway and noticed the blinds fluttering in Markovitz's window. Andrews reluctantly turned on the radio to hear the news. He was relieved not to hear any updates about the severed hand story. He drove towards the Nanuet Mall and considered passing by Mrs. Carey's house as a police siren suddenly caught his attention. Andrews checked his rearview mirror and observed a Clarkstown police car directly behind him, with his emergency lights activated. Andrews began to shake as his pulse raced. He nervously checked his rear view again, hoping the police car would go around. "Please pull your vehicle to the curb," the officer announced over the loudspeaker. That's it. I'm done, Andrews thought to himself as he pulled to the curb. A young white male officer exited the driver's side and approached Andrew's door. "Can I see your license and registration, please?" the officer requested in a deep, professional voice as he visually surveyed the interior of Andrew's vehicle. "I'm sorry, officer. Was I speeding?" Andrews asked. "No, sir. This is just a routine check," the officer replied. "Sure, no problem," Andrews said as he showed the officer his police shield. "Oh, where do you work?" the officer asked in a relaxed, casual tone, as he now rested his forearm across Andrew's car door. "I'm at the Port Authority Police, out of the George Washington Bridge Command," Andrews answered, as he started to relax. "Well, I'm sure you're going to get stopped several more times within the next couple of weeks," the officer said, smiling. "Why? What's going on?" Andrews asked with concern in his voice. "Yeah, it's about the lumberyard murder. Somebody observed a gray four-door Granada in the lot after closing the day of the murder. So, they have a couple of leads," the officer said. "Any suspects?" Andrews asked, as he played with his leather steering wheel cover. "No, not yet," the officer replied. "Nice meeting you. Be safe," Andrews said as he waved goodbye. Andrews continued on his way. He reached for the radio knob, but had a change of heart and put his hand back on the wheel. Andrews thought about calling Mrs. Carey, but he was getting tired of the disappointment. He drove back to his apartment with a whirlwind of thoughts on his mind. As he turned the corner, he observed 2 police cars and an ambulance parked in front of Markovitz's place. "Oh, I guess they found him," Andrews thought as he pulled up the driveway and parked. An officer approached Andrews as he walked towards the front of the house. "What's going on?" Andrews asked while he tried to act concerned. "Who are you, sir?" the officer asked Andrews as he blocked his path to the front entrance. "I live here. I rent a room for Mr. Markovitz. Is everything all right?" Andrews asked as he stared into the officer's eyes, waiting for his response. "What is your name, sir?" the officer asked as he removed a small notepad from his shirt pocket. "Andrews. Brad Andrews," he said as he removed his police shield from his pocket. "It appears as if Mr. Markovitz had an accident," the officer said. "Is he all right?" Andrews asked. "He fell down the stairs. He's dead," the officer replied. "Can you just speak to the detective handling the case?" the officer asked. "Sure, no problem," Andrews answered. The officer stepped into the entrance of Markovitz's home and approached a Hispanic male who was dressed in black dress slacks and wore a tan-colored windbreaker with a black fedora. Andrews watched as the detective turned his head in his direction to take a brief look at him while the officer continued to speak. The detective then exited the front door and approached Andrews with a smile and an outstretched hand. "I'm Detective Carlos Garcia," he said in a strong Spanish accent. "I understand you're on the job?" he asked Andrews as he shook his hand. "Yes, Port Authority," Andrews answered. "I know a couple of guys who would love to have that job. Do you like it?" Garcia asked. "It's all right," Andrews replied. "What is your relationship with Mr. Markovitz?" Detective Garcia asked as he noticed the gray Granada parked in the driveway. He was my landlord. I'm renting a room from him," Andrews answered. "When was the last time you saw Mr. Markovitz?" About a week ago," Andrews said. "Have you seen anyone coming or going from his home? Any visitors?" Garcia asked. "No, he really just seemed to keep to himself," Andrews said. "Well, thanks for helping me. I might have some follow-up questions as we sort this out, if that's all right," Detective Garcia said. "Sure, no problem," Andrews replied. They shook hands, and Andrews walked towards his apartment door. Garcia walked back into Markovitz's home and found the officer who was at the door. "Officer, could you please get me the plate number of the Granada in the driveway?" Garcia asked. "No problem, sir," the officer replied as he stepped outside with his notepad in hand. Detective Garcia was aware of the Middletown lumberyard case, and he was hungry for suspects. Garcia knew that Andrews was a police officer, but there was something about him that just didn't feel right to Garcia. Garcia had a gift, one that generally took years to develop. Even when he was a new cop, he could read people as if they were made of glass. When Garcia joined the force, he soon turned into the go-to guy. If something had to get done, Garcia would be the driving force. Garcia made a name for himself early on in his career. Within his first year on the job, he caught a bank robbery suspect. Garcia's attention to detail is what made him the best cop in Spring Valley. Within 2 years of graduating from the police academy, he was now the best detective on the force. It was said that through his own investigation, he figured that the bank robbery suspect had developed a pattern. Garcia had a hunch that the bank robber would strike next Wednesday morning at the Chase Bank on North Main Street in Spring Valley. He was scheduled to work 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. in uniform that day. That morning, Garcia drove down to the Chase Bank and parked. He sat and watched as customers entered the bank and exited until a black male in his 30s caught his attention. Garcia watched as the male leaned against the glass window of the bank as he read his newspaper. Occasionally, he would take a peek inside and return his attention to the paper. After several minutes of the same behavior, the man folded his paper, looked around, and entered the bank. Garcia exited his car and stood outside on the sidewalk, trying to inconspicuously observe the man inside. Garcia watched as the man stood on line waiting to reach the teller. As the line got shorter, the man appeared to become nervous, looking over his shoulder and becoming fidgety. Garcia felt it in his bones. Something was about to happen. Finally, it was the man's turn to approach the teller. Garcia was aware the man never filled out a banking deposit slip or held anything that would indicate he was there to make a transaction. As the man approached the teller, he placed his hand in his pants pocket and took one last look over his shoulder. Suddenly, without warning, the man exited off the line and hurried towards the door without making any contact with the teller. Garcia knew this was it. As the man exited the bank, Garcia intercepted him at the door with his police shield in hand. "I need to see your identification," Garcia requested. The man did not speak as he reached into his pocket to retrieve his wallet, but he looked very nervous. As he removed his wallet, Garcia observed a small piece of folded white paper fall out of his pocket and onto the ground. Garcia watched as the man conveniently placed his foot over the paper in an attempt to hide it. "What's that?" Garcia asked as he pointed down at the man's foot. "What's what?" the man replied as he looked down and shrugged his shoulders. "The paper you're standing on," Garcia replied in a stern voice. The man then reluctantly moved his foot, revealing the folded white paper. Garcia extended his palm as he waited for the man to pick it up and place it in his hand. The man picked up the paper and paused. There was an awkward moment of hesitation, and then the man popped the paper into his mouth and frantically tried to swallow it. Garcia grabbed the man in a headlock and choked him, screaming, "Spit it out! Spit it out!" The man's face turned red as he stopped fighting, allowing the paper to fall from his mouth onto the ground. Garcia reached for his handcuffs, which were tucked under his belt on his waist. The man did not resist. He placed his hands behind his back as Garcia cuffed him. "Now, let's see what we got," Garcia said as he gingerly picked the wet paper up off the ground with his thumb and forefinger. He then used the man's pant leg to wipe the saliva off the paper before unfolding it. Garcia read the note out loud. "This is a robbery. Give me the money." It wasn't long before Garcia was being noticed. Within 6 months of the bank robbery case, Garcia pinched the guy wanted for a string of armed robberies in the area. He would rob his victims at knife point in broad daylight and somehow manage to disappear without a trace. Garcia just happened to be working in the right area the last time he struck. The call came over the air. "Report of an armed robbery by knife. The suspect is described as a Hispanic male in his 20s, 5'10", about 150 pounds, wearing jeans, a blue t-shirt, and white sneakers." Garcia began to systematically scour his patrol area until he spotted a Hispanic male who fit the general description. He slowed down his patrol car to get a better look at the man who was about 5'10", 150 pounds, in his 20s, but the clothing was not even close. This guy wore khaki pants, brown shoes, with a yellow Oxford shirt. Garcia was focused on the man's face, just as the man slightly turned his head, allowing Garcia to make eye contact before he turned away. In that magical millisecond of time, as their eyes met, Garcia read the thoughts of a guilty man. That special moment of visual contact that only they shared is now etched in Garcia's mind forever. This is captured only by those who are keenly attuned. The man's pace quickened as his body language reeked of guilt. He held a brown shopping bag in his right hand, which swung back and forth with increasing velocity as he picked up speed. The man briefly looked over his shoulder in Garcia's direction before he began to sprint. The chase was on. Overhead lights activated and sirens blared as Garcia radioed in his pursuit of the armed robbery suspect. By the second block, the man began to slow down. He tried darting across the street just as Garcia pulled up alongside him. At the right moment, Garcia swung his car door open, knocking the man off his feet. He hit the ground, rolling until his body abruptly hit the curb, making a sudden stop. Garcia threw the car in park and quickly subdued the exhausted man, holding him down with his knee in the small of the man's back. Within a few seconds, 2 other sector cars converged on the scene. The man was being handcuffed by the backup officers as Garcia picked up the man's brown shopping bag. Garcia was not surprised to find the clothes of a guilty man in the bag. He expected it. Andrews laid down in his bed, with his arms folded behind his head. They're going to find my fingerprints in Markovitz's house, he thought. So, what's wrong with that? Markovitz has invited me into his home on several occasions. Doesn't mean I pushed the old bastard down the stairs, Andrews reasoned. They got nothing on me. Besides, this Garcia guy seems right off the boat. This is all bullshit, Andrews surmised. A few hours later, Detective Garcia returned to the station house at 200 North Main Street in Spring Valley, New York. The building was new, but was awkwardly located within a shopping plaza. The tan stucco structure was smartly trimmed in forest green. Garcia walked through the parking lot toward the quad-column entranceway. The spacious 10-foot-high lobby ceiling also portrayed a shopping mall-like feel. The walls were cream-colored, with a red brick knee wall. A black wrought iron fence circled the lobby's core and appeared to lead nowhere. The word, police, was boldly displayed in black above the small glass reception window. Handmade signs and posters taped to the wall gave it a small-town feel and looked awkwardly out of contrast with the new structure. Garcia punched in his access code and entered the lobby door. He walked down the narrow hall to the detective's room and sat down behind the old wooden desk. Garcia put his feet up on the edge of the 2-drawer file cabinet, displaying his black suede loafers. He took off his fedora and tossed it in the chair alongside the desk. The overhead fluorescent lighting reflected its light off Garcia's shaven head, as small beads of sweat formed around his red, irritated skin. He rhythmically tapped his fingers on top of his desk as he pondered the Markovitz case. A yellow sticky note attached to his desk lamp caught his attention. It read, "Call Detective Steve Crank from the NYPD Homicide Unit." Garcia pulled the note off the lamp and dialed the number at the bottom of the message. The phone rang twice. "Detective Crank, homicide," he answered. "This is Detective Carlos Garcia from the Spring Valley Police Department. I had a message to call you." "Thanks for calling back. Do you know a Thomas Peterson?" Detective Crank asked. "That name does sound familiar. Now, give me a second," Garcia said, as he repeated the name. Peterson. Oh yeah, he was reported missing by his mother about 2 weeks ago." "Well, you could stop looking for him. We found his severed hand floating around in the Hudson River. I'm sure the rest of him is in there somewhere," Crank stated. "I'm sure you're right. Any leads?" Garcia asked. "Not a one," Crank replied. "Do you have a local criminal history for him?" Crank asked. "Give me a sec. I'm just going to do a quick search in our database," Garcia replied as he punched some numbers into his keyboard. He swiveled his desk monitor around and waited for the info to load. "Let's see, we have a drunken disorderly from November 1995, and an aggravated harassment from January 1996, Garcia said. "Who's the complainant from the harassment case?" Crank asked. "Denise Waterford. She was his ex-girlfriend," Garcia said. Maybe he didn't give up chasing her. "And she had someone else step in?" Crank suggested. "It's possible, but she never even filed an order of protection," Garcia offered. "Either way, I guess we could have someone interview her," Garcia confirmed. "I wonder if we can even label this a homicide. I'm sure we're going to need more than a hand. It looks like I'll have to put divers in the water," Crank said. "Please keep me in the loop if you find anything else in the water," Garcia asked. "Sure, no problem," Crank replied as he hung up the phone. Garcia put his feet back up on the file cabinet as the finger tapping commenced. Andrew sat up in bed. "This is crazy. I'm not going to just lie here," he said. He reached for his cell phone on the nightstand and dialed Mrs. Carey.
Hello?
She answered on the first ring. Hi, Mrs. Carey. This is Brad calling.
Oh, I'm so glad you called.
She interrupted.
I'm meeting Nancy for lunch today. Do you have a message for her?
She asked. Andrews was caught off guard and held back what he really wanted to say. Oh, just tell her that I'd like to see her, he said.
Okay, Brad. I'm leaving in a half an hour, so I have to get ready. We'll speak soon,
she said as she hung up the phone. Andrews jumped up and grabbed his car keys. This mystery is going to be solved today, he said as he ran from the house towards his car. Andrews noticed that the police had attached yellow crime scene tape to Markovitz's front door as he ran by. Crime scene? What bullshit, he said to himself as he started the Granada and peeled out of the driveway into the street. It took Andrews about 20 minutes to get to Mrs. Carey's house. He parked a few houses down and waited. I hope she didn't leave yet, he said to himself as he started picking at his steering wheel cover. In all this craziness, he reasoned the outcome of possibly seeing Nancy. If she knows that I secretly followed her mother, my chance of getting back with her would be over before it got started. But I can't continue like this either. I'll just see her and leave, he convinced himself. Suddenly, Mrs. Carey's garage door opened, and out rolled the dark blue Ford Taurus. Andrew slowly pulled in behind her as he headed towards the main road. Where the hell is she going? Andrew said to himself as he followed her southbound. Several minutes later, she turned onto Route 303. He was confident that she was not going towards Orange County. Andrew's heart began to race. He knew that Nancy wasn't far away. Mrs. Carey turned onto Kings Highway, heading towards Orangeburg. This is it, he said to himself as his pulse began to quicken. Just stay calm. Stick to the plan. No contact, not a word. Just see her and leave, he said to himself as his heart continued to race. Suddenly, the Ford Taurus began to slow down. She must be looking for an address, Andrews perceived. Andrews watched as she signaled a left turn into an approaching driveway. Andrews felt a burning sensation in his chest and was suddenly short of breath as he read the entryway sign. Rockland Cemetery? Andrews tried to hold back tears as he followed her up the long, winding driveway. He picked up an old Dunkin' Donuts napkin from the floor of the car to wipe his eyes as he continued to pace the Taurus around the turn. Could it be Nancy's dead? He asked himself. Once again, tears began to well up in his eyes. He followed the narrow road around the beautifully manicured lawn until the Taurus came to a stop. The driver's door opened. Mrs. Carey stepped out of the car with a bouquet of mixed flowers and a small brown bag. Andrews nervously watched as she walked down a row of headstones, stopping in front of the two at the end of the aisle. She stood motionless for a moment, then she placed the flowers on the ground between them and sat. Andrews watched as Mrs. Carey spoke to the headstones and pulled weeds from around the grave. A few minutes later, she removed a sandwich from her brown paper bag and had lunch. Andrews watched from a distance for 30 minutes before Mrs. Carey got to her feet. She put her hand to her lips and touched the top of both headstones before leaving with her empty brown bag. Andrews waited as Mrs. Carey returned to her car and began backing down the aisle. He made sure she was out of sight before he exited the driver's side door. Andrews walked down the same row of headstones towards the two at the end. With every step, his chest got tighter and tighter as his eyes welled up with tears, ready to cascade down his face. Andrews approached the headstones with his eyes fixated on the mixed flowers. The crisp colors and shapes of the bouquet at his feet looked like a blurred watercolor painting through his glazed eyes. He took a deep breath and looked up to read the headstones. Ryan Carey, July 3, 1929 to December 24, 1994. Beloved husband and father. Nancy Carey, April 4, 1960 to December 24, 1994. Beloved daughter. Andrews dropped to his knees and cried, tears running down his cheeks uncontrollably as he reached for her headstone with his outstretched hand. He placed his tear-covered cheek against the cool granite headstone as if he was consoling her. It was now over. There was no more Nancy in his life, just a headstone bearing her name. Memories were all that was left. Andrews looked at the headstones one last time before getting to his feet.
December 24th, 1994 was the day they both died. I wonder what happened. He asked aloud. Andrews walked slowly back to his car, while looking down at the ground. How did they die? He asked himself. His tears were soon replaced by thoughts of anger and revenge. Chapter 14. With determination to find out how Nancy died, Andrews drove straight to the closest library. He looked through old newspapers, searched the internet, and called hospitals. After several hours, he had found the answer he was looking for. Andrews learned that on December 24th, 1994, Christmas Eve, Mr. Carey drove to Nancy's apartment in Goshen, New York. They both then drove back to the home in Nanuet, New York, to celebrate the holidays together, when their car was struck by a drunk driver. Nancy did divorce Mark Wendell, but it wasn't a year ago in 1995, as Mrs. Carey told Andrews. It was in the summer of 1985, after Nancy had enough of her husband's physical abuse. Nancy remained single for 9 years until her death in December of 1994. After divorcing Mark Wendell, she had taken a job at Arden Hill Hospital as an X-ray technician and bought a one-bedroom apartment in Goshen, New York, just 5 minutes away. Jimmy Carroll was the driver who was charged with the accident, which subsequently caused the death of Nancy and her father. He was found guilty on 2 counts of vehicular homicide and was sentenced to 6 years in prison. Andrews still had unanswered questions, which only Mrs. Carey could answer. It was late, but Andrews was determined to find out the truth. He drove from the library to Mrs. Carey's house and parked in the driveway. In the past, he would park in the street, but today, he felt a sense of entitlement. He was owed that much. Mrs. Carey answered the door in her bathrobe. "Hi, Brad. This is a surprise," she said. "Can I come in?" he said, as he walked past her before she could answer. "Is everything all right, Brad?" she asked with concern in her voice. "How was your lunch today, with Nancy?" he asked as he stared at her. She didn't answer, but looked at him for a moment, sensing something was wrong. "It was fine," Mrs. Carey said as she turned her head to the side, not making eye contact with him. "Did you talk about me?" Andrews asked. Mrs. Carey folded her arms and looked down at the floor. "Yes," she replied as her voice began to crack and tears began to form. "Why did you lie to me? Why didn't you tell me the truth?" Andrews screamed. Her face turned red and puffy as tears dripped down her cheeks. I just couldn't," she said. "It was like she was alive again. I'm sorry," she pleaded. "I'm so sorry, Brad," she said as she stepped towards him. Andrews reached for her as they both embraced and cried. "I miss her so much," Mrs. Carey said as she paused to take a breath of air. "She loved you so much, Brad. She knew she had made a mistake leaving you for Mark, but it was too late. She just couldn't ask you for forgiveness." Andrews felt a warm sensation travel through his emotionally drained body. He was finally at peace with Nancy. She loved him, and that was good enough. Andrews wished Mrs. Carey well, and drove home. Andrews parked in the driveway and walked up the dark path towards his apartment door. He sat on his bed and replayed the events of the day back in his head. "I'm a murderer with a badge, living in a rat trap," he said to himself during a moment of clarity. "I was happy when I was with Nancy, and I want to be happy again," Andrews said with confidence in his voice. Without hesitation, he removed his black leather belt from his pants, grabbed a chair, and dragged it into the bathroom. He placed a chair under the shower curtain rod and got on. Andrews looped his belt over the rod and attached the buckle. He was still too short to place his neck through the opening. He positioned both hands in an underhand grip around the belt, then tried pulling himself up. He got down in disgust and returned with a phone book which he placed on the chair to stand on. He slipped his neck just above the belt loop and lowered himself down. He gasped for air as the belt pinched his windpipe. He then violently struggled to stay alive by trying to place his feet back on the phone book in a sudden change of mind. But it was too late. His face turned purple as his swinging feet knocked the phone book off the chair onto the floor. Within seconds, he passed out due to a lack of oxygen to his brain. Andrews awoke to the smell of peppermint as he lay in a field of tall grass. He sat up and rubbed his eyes as he questioned the beauty of the violet sky.
An aromatic lilac breeze tickled his nose as he looked skyward. Where am I? He questioned.
Brad, is that you?
The voice asked, in a soft female tone. Andrews turned to see Nancy standing in the field about 20 yards away. Her face was soft and peaceful, and her white silky gown fluttered in the lilac breeze. She came towards him and smiled. Her skin was radiant, and her hair looked like spun gold. Andrews looked up at her as he sat in the grass with his hands on his knees.
You don't belong here, Brad. It's not your time, she said with a smile. I want to be with you, Nancy. I love you. I've always loved you, he said as he held back tears. I love you too, Brad, but it's not time, she said in a soft, monotone voice. Lie down, Brad. Lie down and close your eyes, she said, as she reached for his head with her outstretched hand. Andrews laid down in the tall grass and closed his eyes as Nancy placed her hand on his forehead. Andrews woke up on his bathroom floor. His head throbbed from the large bump on his forehead, and he felt dizzy and nauseated. He rolled over and noticed the shower rod alongside him on the floor. Andrews sat up and slowly opened his eyes, just as the room started to spin. Suddenly, his stomach emptied its contents on the floor. Andrews remained motionless on the floor as he laid in his own vomit. He rolled onto his back and looked up. He noticed that the shower rod screws had been torn out of the wall. That's the only reason that I'm alive, he thought. I guess it wasn't my day to die. Chapter 15. The following day, Detective Garcia made a call to the lead detective from Middletown, New York, concerning the lumberyard murder. He arranged to meet with the victim's girlfriend, Tammy Price, at the Middletown Police Headquarters. Garcia drove north on the New York State Thruway to exit 16, where he continued west on the Quickway. 45 minutes later, Garcia reached the Middletown Police Station. He parked across the street in a free municipal lot, locked the car, and walked towards the old building on the other side. This section of Middletown seems to have been lost in time. The buildings were run down, stores were boarded up, and the homeless roamed the streets. Garcia was welcomed by a flight of cracked concrete steps, which led to the front doors. The entrance lobby was a 6x6 box with reception windows on either side. Garcia rang the bell at the police window and was greeted by a middle-aged woman with several missing teeth. "Can I help you?" she asked as she tried to maneuver her chewing gum towards a tooth. "I'm Detective Garcia from the Spring Valley Police Department. I'm here to see Detective Young," he said as he displayed his gold shield for the woman to see. "Wait here," she replied abruptly as she stepped away from the window. A buzzer sounded as the entrance door opened. "Detective Garcia? Nice to meet you. I'm Detective Young," he said as he held the door open. Garcia shook hands with Young and followed him inside through the long hallway. Garcia was grossed out by Young's clammy, wet hand and suddenly wiped it against his pants leg. Young was about 6 feet tall, 325 pounds, and was going bald. His blonde, scraggly hair looked as if it had been combed with a brick. He chewed on his soggy cigar as he tried pulling his tight gold slacks out of his backside. "This way," Young pointed as he angled his body slightly to enter his office door. "Have a seat," Young said as he pulled a black plastic chair over alongside his desk. Garcia sat down and removed his fedora, holding it in his lap. "Mrs. Price should be here soon. She's a real looker," Young said as he smiled, displaying his tobacco-stained teeth. The intercom on Young's desk blared. "Tammy Price is in the lobby," the toothless woman from the front announced. Young hit the button. "Yep, I'm coming out," he said. "You can wait here. I'll get her." "Wait till you see her ass," Young chuckled as he stepped sideways out of the office door toward the lobby. Within 3 minutes, Garcia heard Young's voice in the hallway. "It's the next door on the left, honey," Young announced. Garcia stood up as Miss Price entered the room. "I'm Detective Garcia," he said as he extended his hand. "Tammy Price. Nice to make your acquaintance," she said as she shook Garcia's hand. She wore tight jeans, heels, and a clingy sheer pink blouse. Garcia held the back of his chair. "Please sit down," he said to Miss Price. "It's a little cold in here, don't you think?" she said to Garcia as she folded her arms in front of her chest. Garcia caught a glimpse of her erect nipples as she crossed her arms. "I agree," Garcia said in his Spanish accent as he turned towards Young, nodding his head.
No problem. I just like to keep it a little cooler in here, Young stated as he got up and walked out of the room. Garcia struggled to maintain eye contact, taking the liberty to occasionally glance at her breasts. Miss Price was onto Garcia, so she baited him, lowering her arms away from her chest. Garcia looked up and locked eyes with Miss Price, feeling like a child getting caught with his hand in a cookie jar. She smiled, putting him at ease. "I'd like to ask you a few questions about Mr. McQuaid," Garcia said, sounding a little more businesslike. "Sure, no problem," Miss Price replied in a soft voice. She seductively tilted her head and licked her lips. "Did Mr. McQuaid have any enemies? Did he owe anyone money?" Garcia asked as he paused, holding his pencil over his notepad. "Not that I knew of. We spent all of our free time together," she replied, sounding a little defensive. "Did he gamble or do drugs?" Garcia asked. "No, nothing like that. We did occasionally smoke marijuana, but he never bought more than $5 worth at a time," she answered. "Did anything unusual occur within the last week or so, prior to the incident?" Garcia asked. Miss Price pondered the question by staring blankly at the wall, as Garcia began to twirl his pencil around his fingers. "Yeah, there was something strange that happened about a week before," Miss Price said as she made eye contact with Garcia. Garcia stopped twirling his pencil and looked intently into Miss Price's eyes. "We were driving through Orangeburg on Route 303 when this nut started following me," she said with sudden clarity. "Tell me exactly what happened," Garcia said as he tightly gripped his pencil. "At first he was in front of me, then he kept slowing down until I passed him. Then he went faster and tried pulling alongside of me," Mrs. Price continued. "He was yelling at me through the open window, but I ignored him and kept driving." "Can you recall what he said?" Garcia asked. "It was a name, someone's name. Almost like he thought I was someone he knew, I guess," she said. "Do you recall the name?" Garcia asked as Miss Price placed her index finger to her lips. "It started with an N, I'm almost sure," she said. She started reciting names. "Noreen, Nellie, Nixie, Nancy." "That was it, Nancy," she said with confidence in her voice. "Are you sure?" Garcia asked. "Yes, definitely. It was Nancy," Miss Price affirmed. "Did you get a look at his face?" Garcia asked. "Just for a second. He was a white guy in his 30s, I guess," Miss Price answered with some hesitation in her voice. "What about the car? Could you recall the color, make, or model?" Garcia asked as he continued writing. "It was gray. It looked like an old Mercury Monarch or a Ford Granada," Miss Price confidently answered. Garcia felt his heart race and his face suddenly flush. "Are you sure about the car?" Garcia asked as he leaned in closer to her. "Yep. I grew up in a house where it was all about the cars. I know cars," Miss Price responded. Garcia felt a sudden rush of excitement flow through his veins. It was that perfect moment in time that doesn't happen too often. "Then what happened?" Garcia asked as he focused on her every word. "Joe was sleeping in the passenger seat, so I woke him up. He started yelling at the man in the gray car, but he wouldn't stop following us. I think Joe threw something at the man from the car window. Then I went through a red light to get away from him. That's it," Miss Price said. Just then, Detective Young came around the corner and paused in the doorway. He was favoring his right leg, which he rubbed with his clammy hand. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he wiped it back into his unkempt hair. "Are you all right?" Garcia asked as Young grimaced in pain. I'm not sure. I sort of tripped on the basement steps," Young replied as he looked down at his knee. "Ooh, let's call someone to look at it," Garcia suggested. Then he stood up and offered Young his seat. "Okay, I guess so," Young replied, sounding like a 10-year-old. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Price. We will keep you updated during the course of the investigation," Garcia said as he extended his hand to her. "Here, let me walk you to the front," Garcia said as he motioned to Young that he'd be right back. Garcia walked her up to the front door, slowing up slightly to take a glimpse of her ass. Young was right. She does have a nice ass, Garcia thought to himself. "Thank you again for speaking with me today, Miss Price," Garcia said as she exited the lobby. Miss Price smiled and waved as the front door closed behind her. Chapter 16. It looks like I'll have some important business to take care of tomorrow, Andrew said as he tried standing up out of the vomit.
I'll have to call out of work. I'll use a few sick days, he thought to himself.
Andrews held on to the sink as he tried to stand on his own. He still felt a little lightheaded, but he was strong enough to stand. The bathroom mirror reflected a thick red burn mark, which circled his neck. Andrews reached up and traced the raw skin around his neck with his index finger before turning on the shower. His hand slowly reached for the few remaining bits of soap left in the dish. He moved in slow motion as he reached down to wash the vomit from his legs, and he tried to keep his balance. Andrews made his way to the bed and reached for his cell phone on the nightstand. He called his command and requested sick time for the following day. Within minutes of the call, Andrews had fallen asleep. He woke up the following morning on a mission. He felt remarkably better, but his throat was still red and sore. He drove to the library and began to search for information on Mark Wendell. Although Nancy was killed by the drunk driver, Jimmy Carroll, in Andrews' mind, Mark Wendell needed to pay for physically abusing her. Within 2 hours, Andrews had learned that Mark Wendell was living back home with his family in Buffalo, New York. Mark's temper and abusive behavior resulted in him getting arrested a couple of times over the years. His father had enough money and status within the community to help keep Mark out of jail. Mark's family owned a house in an affluent section of Orchard Park, Buffalo, New York. I think it's about time I met Mr. Wendell, Andrews said to himself as he packed some clothes in a plastic ShopRite bag. Andrews planned out his 5-hour car ride and decided to get a cheap hotel room once he arrived. By 10 a.m., Andrews was out the door, on his way to Orchard Park, Buffalo, New York. Chapter 17. Detective Garcia had made contact with the New Jersey State Police concerning the suspect, Brad Andrews. Garcia arranged to meet with the New Jersey State Police at a predetermined staging area, the gas station on the Palisades Parkway just south of Exit 1. Within 5 minutes of meeting with the New Jersey State Police, Detective Garcia and 2 other detectives from the Spring Valley Police Department arrived at the Port Authority Police parking lot in their unmarked car. Pulling in behind them were 2 New Jersey State Trooper vehicles. The desk officer monitoring the parking lot cameras alerted Sergeant Nunez about the surprise visit. Nunez greeted the troopers and the detectives at the side door. "Gentlemen, what can we do for you?" Nunez asked as he anticipated a problem due to their businesslike demeanor. "I'm Detective Garcia from the Spring Valley Police Department. I'd like to speak with the commanding officer." "What's going on?" Nunez asked in a whisper. "I'm sorry, Sergeant. This is a criminal investigation," Garcia said. "Okay, guys. Come on in. I'll make contact with the CO for you," Nunez replied as he walked towards the steps leading up to the captain's office. Nunez walked up to the captain's secretary. "Is he in?" Nunez asked, as he pointed towards the captain's door. "Yep," she replied as she continued with her work. Nunez knocked on the door. "Come in," the captain replied. "Hey, Nunez, what can I do for you?" the captain asked with a smile as he continued to work on his crossword puzzle. "We have the New Jersey State Troopers and a Detective Garcia from the Spring Valley Police Department downstairs," Nunez said with a worried look on his face. "Well, what do they want?" the captain asked as if he was annoyed. "They mentioned something about a criminal investigation," Nunez replied. "Jesus Christ! Can't I even do a fucking crossword puzzle around here without being bothered?" the captain screamed as he folded the paper in half and angrily tossed it into his bottom desk drawer. "Send him up, for Christ's sakes," the captain announced. Nunez returned to the squad room where they were waiting. "Detective, the captain will see you. Just follow me," Nunez stated. Garcia turned towards his 2 associates, who nodded and waved him off. "I'll be back in a few minutes," Garcia announced as he followed Nunez towards the stairs. Garcia followed Nunez up the stairs in silence. They reached the second-floor landing and entered the captain's office. The secretary stared at Garcia as the captain came out of his office to greet him halfway. "Come on in, Detective. Have a seat," the captain offered as he sat back in his black leather swivel chair behind his big wooden desk. Garcia removed his fedora and sat down facing the front of the captain's desk. "So, what can I do for you?" the captain asked as he rested his hands on the desk and interlocked his fingers. "I'm here to speak with Officer Andrews," Garcia announced. "What is this in reference to?" the captain inquired as he anxiously awaited Garcia's reply. "He's the subject of a criminal investigation. I'm sorry, but I can't give details, sir," Garcia humbly answered. "He's working the day tour today. Could you have him called in so we could speak with him?" Garcia asked as he stood up and put his fedora back on. "Let me call the desk," the captain said. He picked up the receiver and pushed a button on the phone panel. What post is Andrews covering today? The captain asked the desk officer. What time was it when he called out? The captain abruptly asked, as he hung up the phone with a disgusted look on his face. According to the desk officer, Andrews called in sick last night. He didn't come in today, the captain stated. Thank you, Captain. Sorry for disturbing you, Garcia replied as he shook hands and left the office. Garcia looked a little concerned as he returned downstairs to the squad room. What's he up to? Garcia thought as he entered the squad room door. Garcia thanked the state police for their assistance and returned to the Palisades Parkway with the 2 other detectives. With a warrant in his hand, Garcia and the other 2 detectives drove to Markovich's house in Spring Valley, where Andrews was staying. They parked off to the side and cautiously made their way towards Andrews' apartment door. Garcia knocked on his door with guns drawn. Police! Open the door, Andrews! Garcia ordered. The door was kicked open after the second request. All clear. He's not here, one of the 2 detectives announced. Garcia walked through the room and looked in the dresser drawers and on the nightstand. Look at this, one of the detectives called out as Garcia stepped into the bathroom. He noticed a shower rod on the floor with a belt looped around it. I guess he wasn't successful, Garcia said as they observed the chair positioned below where the shower rod used to be. They took a few photos of the shower rod and belt on the tile floor, along with a chair, phone book, and some dried vomit. They started heading for the front door when Garcia noticed the small mini-fridge in the corner of the room. Hang on a minute, Garcia said as he opened the mini-fridge door. Oh, shit. Ugh, what's that smell? One of the 2 detectives at the door asked as he pinched his nostrils closed. Garcia put on a pair of latex gloves and started to remove the items inside the fridge. Let's see, beer, and more beer. What the fuck is this? Garcia said as he removed the long, narrow duct tape package. Parts of it felt fleshy, and others hard. This shit smells, Garcia announced as he dropped it onto the top of the fridge and closed the door. Anyone have a knife? Garcia asked as he squinted his eyes and wrinkled his nose from the smell. He carefully cut through the duct tape, revealing the black garbage bag. The smell got worse as he unrolled the bag and slowly dumped its contents out. Oh my God! Garcia said as the mutilated foot landed on top of the mini-fridge with a plop. Call the station house. We need forensics here and contact the other agencies needed, Garcia announced. We have a crime scene. Send out a bolo alarm for Brad Andrews. He is to be considered armed and dangerous. Chapter 18. It was almost 2 p.m., and Andrews was about an hour away from his destination in Orchard Park, Buffalo. He daydreamed about Nancy and how she must have suffered living with Mark Wendell. Andrews was working himself into a frenzy as he pictured Mark striking and abusing her. This he envisioned with delusional imaginary thoughts, and he used them to fuel his fire. As he got closer to Orchard Park, he looked for motels. He was getting tired from the long drive when his cell phone rang. It was Officer Donette. Andrews pulled into a fast food parking lot and answered the phone. Hi, Donette. What's up? Andrews asked. He remained in the driver's seat, resting his head on his hand. What's up? What's up with you? The New Jersey State Police were here this morning with a detective from Spring Valley looking for you, Donette said with urgency in his voice. What's going on, Brad? What do they want? Donette asked with concern. I'm sure it's nothing. Andrews tried to sound calm as he answered Donette. Listen, I think you know you can talk to me if you're in trouble, Donette told Andrews. Thanks, Donette. You're a good friend, Andrews replied, but his voice started to crack. Where are you? Andrews, let me help you, Donette pleaded, sensing there was a problem. I'm really okay. I'll speak with you later, Andrews said, and he hung up the phone. Andrews started to cry. He knew it was almost over. The police were getting closer. He didn't want to go to jail, or back to Mid-Hudson Psychiatric Center. He wanted Nancy. With tears in his eyes, he entered the main road again and continued toward Orchard Park. Chapter 19. The phone rang on Detective Garcia's desk. Garcia here. It belongs to who? No shit. Well, thanks for getting back to me so quickly, Garcia said, and he hung up. Garcia turned his chair, facing the 2 other detectives as they met his glance with anticipation.
You're not going to believe this, Garcia announced. The foot in Andrew's mini-fridge belongs to Thomas Peterson.
Peterson?
The detective blurted out. Isn't that the missing person? Didn't they find his hand in the Hudson? The other detective questioned. Yep, but don't ask me how it got there. Not yet, anyway, Garcia said. Chapter 20. Welcome to Orchard Park, the sign read, as Andrews drove through the town's main street. He pulled to the curb and checked the street address. Excuse me, sir. Do you know where Edgewater Drive is? Andrews asked. Sure, just continue straight for 2 more blocks and turn left, the man answered. Thanks, Andrews replied. Let's take a quick look, Andrews said to himself as he pulled away from the curb. Andrews continued down the main street and signaled a left turn at the second corner. He drove slowly past the well-manicured homes as he checked the mailbox numbers. This is the place, Andrews said to himself as he drove past the tan stucco house with a natural stone walkway. He stopped at the next corner before making a U-turn when he observed a white Honda Prelude coming up in the opposite direction. Andrews waited as the car signaled a turn and pulled into Wendell's driveway. He watched as the chestnut wooden garage door opened and the Honda pulled in. Andrews slowly drove past the open garage door, watching as the driver exited the Honda. Andrews observed a tall, thin male in his 30s walk towards the front of the garage door before the doors electronically closed. That must be my friend, Mark Wendell, Andrews said sarcastically. Andrews parked his car on the street and pondered his options. Well, there's no one in the driveway and only one car in the garage. Maybe I should pay Mr. Wendell a visit now, Andrews thought. Chapter 21. Garcia, I just heard from Verizon. They got a position on Andrew's cell phone, the other detective announced as he sprang out of his chair. He's in Orchard Park, Buffalo, New York. Buffalo? What the fuck is he doing in Buffalo? Garcia screamed. Get on the line with Orchard Park PD and tell them what we've got. Give them the car, the foot, the whole fucking story. I want this guy quick, Garcia announced. Chapter 22. Andrews walked up the stone walkway and approached the double oak front door. He reached for the brass door knocker and banged it twice against the brass plate. The sound echoed through the home as Andrews heard someone approaching the door. Andrews reached into his waistband and removed his off-duty Smith & Wesson handgun. He held the gun close to his leg, out of sight, as a large door opened. The tall, thin male from the garage opened the door. Yes? He said as he stared at Andrews. Mark Wendell? Are you Mark Wendell? Andrews asked as he returned the man's stare. That's right. What do you want? Wendell replied with a smirk, placing his hands on his hips. I want your ass, Andrews replied as he held a gun up to Wendell's face. Wendell instinctively backed up and raised his palms.
Mark? Who's at the door?
An older woman asked from inside the next room. Andrews gestured for Wendell to walk towards the room as he kept the gun trained at Wendell's head.
What's the meaning of this? Who are you? What are you doing here?
The woman shouted as she slammed her fists down on the armrest of her wheelchair. Mom, be quiet. I'll handle this, Wendell said as he walked closer to her. Have a seat, Wendell, Andrews stated as he pointed towards one of the large steel-framed kitchen chairs. Wendell turned and sat in the chair, as Andrews suggested. Andrews removed some zip ties from his pocket and fastened them around his wrists, securing him to the armrest of the steel kitchen chair. Then he kneeled down and attached his ankles as well, before holstering his weapon in his waistband.
I'm not going to just sit here and allow this to happen,
Mrs. Wendell announced as she started to wheel herself towards the phone. Oh, no you don't, Andrews said as he grabbed the wheelchair handles and pulled her back. Just stay still, Mom, Wendell said pleadingly as he helplessly watched. It looks like Mom has a little fight in her too, Andrews said as he smiled at Wendell. He removed 2 more zip ties from his pockets and fastened them around the wheelchair wheels, securing them to the frame. Okay, Mom, try it now, Andrews said as he watched with his arms folded. Mrs. Wendell just sat and stared at him. I said try it! Andrews screamed as he looked at her. She didn't move and returned Andrews' stare. Andrews responded with a full swing, striking her across the face with his open hand, causing her head to snap back as blood trickled from her nose. Instantaneously, her dentures flew from her mouth and slid across the tiled kitchen floor, bouncing off the wooden baseboard molding.
Do you think this is a fucking joke? Andrews screamed, as Mrs. Wendell used her hand to wipe the blood from her nose. Andrews walked out of the kitchen and made his way towards the front door. "I'll be right back, you two," he sang from the entrance door. Andrews opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch. He looked around before quickly walking towards his car. He opened his car door and grabbed a wooden baseball bat from between the car seats. He held the bat with one hand and carried it alongside his leg as he casually walked back up the stone walkway towards the front door. Andrews heard the steel-framed kitchen chair bouncing up and down on the tile floor as he entered the house and closed the door. He quickly walked back to the kitchen and observed Mark Wendell's chair in a different location. Wendell and his mother sat wide-eyed and motionless as Andrews glared at them. Beads of sweat had now formed on Wendell's upper lip as he noticed the bat in Andrews' hand. Blood steadily dripped from Mrs. Wendell's nose and began pooling in her lap. "First, I'm going to count to 3, Andrews announced. He pulled the bat up on his shoulder. 1! He screamed while taking a full swing, striking Wendell just below his shoulder with the sweet spot of the bat. Wendell screamed out in pain as his arm immediately turned a reddish purple. "Stop it! Stop it!" Mrs. Wendell screamed as the blood continued to drip from her nose. "I'm going about this the wrong way," Andrews stated. "It's only right that I tell you why I'm going to cave your fucking skull in, don't you think?" Andrews said in a comedic tone. "Wendell, I'm here because you cowardly abused and beat your ex-wife Nancy." Wendell didn't say a word as he slightly turned his head, breaking eye contact with Andrews. "I normally don't give a shit about what happens within the confines of someone's home, but Nancy was the love of my life, and I'm here to make you pay," Andrews stated as he twisted his 2 hands back and forth around the bat's handle to secure a better grip. "You're Brad Andrews," Wendell said, as Andrews swung the bat, striking Wendell across the side of his head, almost knocking him out of the steel chair. "Bingo!" Andrews shouted, as Wendell's left eye had almost been knocked from its socket. The swelling was instantaneous, and his eye began to rapidly close. A large hematoma appeared just below Wendell's left eye, and he started to plead for his life. "Is that the way you made Nancy beg?" Andrews screamed. He swung the bat again, making direct contact with the center of the hematoma, causing it to explode, sending a wave of blood spraying across the kitchen wall. Mrs. Wendell screamed as her son's blood covered her face. "You're an animal!" she screamed as she wiped the blood from her eyes. "That's right, lady! Just like your son!" Andrews shouted, and he took a downward swing at Wendell's collarbone. Crack! His collarbone snapped, leaving his clavicle sagging. "Home run!" Andrews shouted, as he dropped the bat and raised his arms in victory. Andrews did a little celebration dance around Wendell's chair as he began to lose consciousness. "Oh, no you don't. No. Stay with me, Wendell," Andrews said as he shook the man's head to keep him awake. "Let's take a break," Andrews announced as he walked over to the fridge and removed a gallon-sized plastic container of milk. Now we're talking," Andrews said as he spotted a box of Malamars on the kitchen counter. Andrews sat down next to Wendell in the matching steel-framed kitchen chair and slugged some milk from the plastic container as he wrapped his other arm around Wendell's shoulder. "So, how's things?" Andrews asked as he squeezed Wendell's injured shoulder, causing him to scream out in pain. "That's just what I thought. It sucks to be the victim. Don't you think?" Andrews said as he jammed one of the Malamars into his mouth. Chapter 23. Sector 7, Orchard Park PD. A patrol unit radioed into dispatch. "This is dispatch. Go with your message, Sector 7. I located the suspect's gray Ford Granada. It's parked on Edgewater Drive," replied the officer. "All units respond to Edgewater Drive. I want the entire street closed. We will be doing a house-by-house inspection," the lieutenant in charge ordered. Within 5 minutes, marked police units barricaded off Edgewater Drive, and the SWAT team was en route. The quiet neighborhood street in Orchard Park was quickly turned into a hotbed of activity. Police cars lined the street with their red emergency lights activated. The fire department and the emergency medical technicians were on standby in their vehicles. SWAT teams were getting suited up at the end of the street, as the local news crew jockeyed for camera position. Children watched the excitement from their front bay windows, as concerned parents huddled nervously around them. The homes on Edgewater Drive were now being systematically inspected. Emergency announcements were being broadcast from one of the police cruisers as it made its way down the street. Attention! Attention! This is a police emergency. Please remain indoors. The police instructed as they slowly moved up Edgewater Drive. What the fuck is going on out there? Andrews commented as he tossed a box of Malamars on the kitchen table and walked towards the window. Andrews peeked through the blinds just as the police cruiser passed Wendell's house. Attention! Attention! This is a police emergency. Please remain indoors. The voice repeated. Could they be looking for me? Andrews thought to himself as he observed all the emergency vehicles surrounding the area. Change of plans, Andrews announced as he reached for a dish towel from the burgundy granite countertop and grabbed a steak knife from the stained oak display. He frantically cut the dish towel in half and wrapped it around Mrs. Wendell's mouth, knotting it in the back. Then, he cut the zip ties from the wheels and pushed her into the large kitchen pantry, closing the door. He looked at Wendell, who was now slumped in the chair, favoring his right shoulder. His left eye had completely closed, and his breathing was labored. What am I going to do with you? Andrews asked himself aloud as he placed one hand on his chin and the other on his hip. Andrews walked into the hallway and started opening doors. Closet, another closet. Basement steps, he said with relief. He walked down the wooden steps into the cool darkness and flipped on the light switch. The large basement was partially filled with storage boxes, which sat on the concrete slab floor. This'll have to do, Andrews said to himself as he turned off the light and returned upstairs. Andrews walked back into the kitchen and noticed that Wendell was either unconscious or had fallen asleep. Either way, Andrews got behind Wendell's chair and started pushing it across the tiled kitchen floor. The steel chair legs partially scratched the floor as he made his way to the basement door. Attention! Attention! This is a police emergency. Please remain indoors. The police announcements continued. Andrews opened the basement door and stood behind Wendell's chair. He was still slumped in the seat, as his feet now freely hung off the top step leading into the cool darkness. Okay, last stop. Everybody off! Andrews announced as he placed his hands across the top of the chair back. Andrews got low behind the chair, like a sprinter ready to explode out of the blocks. He took a deep breath and pushed. The chair, with Wendell in it, went headfirst down the stairs, making a crashing sound as the steel chair bashed off the wooden steps and collided with the hand railing. The force of the steel chair split some of the wood steps and collapsed the wooden railing. Muffled screams of pain emanated from the pantry closet as Mrs. Wendell envisioned the death of her son. Andrews took a glimpse down the basement steps, only to see one of Wendell's legs pointing skyward, still strapped in the chair. Andrews closed the basement door and returned to the kitchen just as the doorbell rang. "This is the police," a voice announced from the front porch. Andrews grabbed the bat and opened the pantry door. Mrs. Wendell was red-faced and crying as blood slowly continued to drip from her nose. Andrews quickly raised the bat over his head as Mrs. Wendell's eyes bugged out in time to witness the blow. Mrs. Wendell was unconscious in the chair as Andrews tossed the bat into the pantry and closed the door. The doorbell rang again. "I'm coming," Andrews called out as he tried to gather himself. Andrews opened the front door and observed a male in a black suit with several SWAT team officers behind him. "I'm Detective Thompson of the Orchard Park Police Department," he announced as he held his suit jacket open, displaying the gold shield on his belt. "Can I come in?" the detective asked. "Sure, come in. What's going on?" Andrews asked with proper concern in his voice. "We're looking for a fugitive who might be in this area," Detective Thompson answered as he surveyed the entrance foyer. The detective then walked past Andrews towards the kitchen, looked around, and turned to face Andrews. "So, what is your name, sir?" Detective Thompson asked as he removed his notepad from his jacket pocket. "Wendell. Mark Wendell," Andrews answered, placing his hands on his pants pocket. "How long have you lived here, Mr. Wendell?" "My whole life. I grew up here," Andrews replied with a smile. The detective observed only 3 chairs around the kitchen table and scratches in the tile from a 4th chair, which led to the basement door. "Are you home alone?" Detective Thompson asked as he continued to make notepad entries. "Yep. Mom and Dad are out," Andrews responded as he started to get a little nervous. "All right. I'm about done here," Detective Thompson announced as he spotted a couple blood droppings on the tile floor. Without a blink, he put his notepad back in his pocket and walked with Andrews towards the front door. "Thank you again," Detective Thompson said as he reached to shake Andrews' hand. No problem, Andrews replied as he shook the detective's hand and closed the front door behind him. Andrews watched from the window as Detective Thompson and the SWAT team returned to the street. Are we proceeding to the next house, Detective? The SWAT team supervisor asked Thompson. No. This is the right house. I just spoke with the suspect, Brad Andrews. The detective answered with a smile as he wiped Andrews' sweat from the palm of his hand with a napkin. Are you sure? The SWAT team supervisor asked Detective Thompson. I'm very sure. I went to school with the homeowner, David Wendell. I know David's son, Mark, and that's not him. It appears that Andrews is acting alone. I spotted some blood on the kitchen floor and some scratch marks leading to the basement door, Thompson stated. Andrews returned to the kitchen and opened the pantry door. Mrs. Wendell was still unconscious in the wheelchair. The doorbell rang. What now? Andrews said as he looked through the foyer window and saw Detective Thompson again. Andrews was at ease not to see the SWAT team behind him anymore and opened the door. I'm sorry to bother you again, Mr. Wendell. I just need you to initial my notepad showing that I was here today, Thompson stated. He offered the pen to Andrews with an extended arm and a smile. No problem, Andrews replied as he stepped closer to Thompson and reached for his pen. When Andrews was within arm's reach, Thompson suddenly pushed him in the chest with both hands, sending him backwards into the foyer. Thompson hit the ground for cover as the SWAT team appeared from behind the tan stucco entrance columns with guns drawn. Andrews regained his balance and reached into his waistband for his gun as he noticed the SWAT team's red target lasers trained on his chest. With total disregard for the inevitable, Andrews pulled his gun. A volley of semi-automatic rounds was released from the SWAT team's guns, striking Andrews in the chest. His head lurched forward as his body propelled backward from the force of the high-powered rounds. His knees slowly buckled as his 5-shot Smith & Wesson dropped to the ground. The SWAT team advanced into the home and stood over Andrews as he mouthed the name, Nancy, with his dying breath. His eyes were wide open and glazed as his life slowly drained from his body. Andrews awoke to the smell of peppermint as he lay in a field of tall grass. He sat up and looked around. Nancy? Nancy! He called out as he recalled being in the peppermint field before. He stood up in the grass and smelled the same lilac breeze. He seemed to hover effortlessly above its green tips. In the entrance, he saw Nancy. She smiled at him as they were both drawn together and joined hands. I'll never leave your side, Andrews said. I know, Nancy replied. I know.